What is up, guys? Welcome in. Got lots of comments to do a little bit more 1v1s, so for those of you watching this later, it's going to be mainly 1v1s today. One-on-ones. Hopefully get some better conversations that way as well. Lots more questioning. Hopefully, we had a decent conversation a few nights ago where we came to some good conclusions. I'm hoping we can get some good agreements together. We've got the YouTube request up over on YouTube, so if the link is clicked in chat, you can call in on YouTube. And yeah, this will be a good one. What's up, Muppets? What is up? Super excited. Have you ever considered debating Jesus and whatnot? Jesus Christ. The amount of trending that Jesus and whatnot has right now. I'm perfectly fine doing a debate with him. I don't have anything against him. But I think he mainly does like internal critiques and stuff, so I don't think he'd have much of an argument. Because you gotta prove God exists before arguing about the Bible. What's up, Belly? Muppets actually beat the hell out of you. He's so pretentious. I think he's a cool dude. I haven't watched a lot of his videos. I did one reaction where he was reading about blaspheming the Spirit, and then I blasphemed the Spirit. DCT? Who's DCT? I have no problem with Jesus and whatnot. He seems okay to me. I haven't really watched a lot of his content, though, so I can't make too much of a judgment. Divine command theory? Isn't that meaning whatever Jesus says is good? Because he said it? You know, and when I was a Christian, that's what I thought too. Yeah, we'll get you up to chat with that. Let's get you in here. Let me turn the music off real quick. Boop! Sup, bro?
Sup? Yeah, so divine command theory, yeah, like you said, where morality is that whatever God commands, and it's almost arbitrary. Um, Interestingly enough, Catholicism denies that,
Really?
and it holds to natural law theory, which means that even though like God is the source of everything, it's the position is that just like how you have your own ontological existence, um, goodness and morality also has its own ontological existence that is distinct from God's command. So what that means is that even if you don't know God's commands and don't know God's existence, you can use your natural reason to know what is right and wrong, what is moral and immoral, meaning an atheist can have objective morality according to the Catholic Church, or at least they can know it.
Interesting.
And he did a video outright denying that.
Oh, I mean, I don't think there's any problem with denying that. Like, I don't think there's any problems with him. He seems like a cool guy. He seems kind.
No, I mean, like he could very well be a cool dude. The reason why I had a problem is what he said
Oh, he's
directly
a Catholic, isn't he?
contradicted. Yeah,
Okay, I got
directly.
you. I got you.
Yeah, if he was a Protestant, it'd be like, yep, nope, you're going in line with it. But because he's a Catholic, what he said was in direct contradiction to
Sure.
uh, Vatican I. He is apparent, according to his bio at least, ex-Calvin. So I wonder if his response to that position was just residual Calvinistic theology.
Yeah,
Um,
could be.
and and I don't want to speak ill of him or anything, but like that's someone else recommended him, and I checked it out, and I was like, oh wait a minute, I remember this video, and I don't know, it just to me, if you're going to be on on a platform saying, "Hey, this is what the Catholic Church
Sure.
teaches."
Yeah. Be as accurate as possible.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
I
could he?
don't.
If he
How many Catholic denominations are there? Let's look that up real quick.
there is no. That's a category error. There's different rites, which is just different ways of celebrating the sacraments, mainly the mass. But they all teach, profess, and believe the same thing.
Looks like about
Um,
24.
so it's not. Yeah, so those would be rites, which is a different from a denomination. A denomination, it professes a different belief, whereas a rite practices the same belief differently, if that makes sense.
Looks like 6 main rites, 24 of the denominations
Mhm.
based in the rites.
Yeah, so like
That's according
sub
to
rites
Christian
essentially.
Faith dot got whatever the fuck. I don't know if yeah. All right, I agree with you partially. So when I say no evidence, guys, I know that there are some arguments and frameworks where we can say there's some form of a possibility. When I'm saying there's absolutely no evidence, first and foremost, I'm talking facts and information leading to true conclusions. But if we do argue from a probability raising scenario, you still require some sort of an evidence that's actually showing and leading to a probability of a god, if that makes sense. And I don't see any of that, specifically not empirically. No, I am not a hard empiricist, but depending on what we're talking, if we're not going to talk empirics, you have to uh, talk me into why I should accept some metaphysical or purely reason based explanation for a metaphysical interaction in an empirical world, if that makes sense. Is TikTok chat missing or Cody forgot it again? Sorry, Artemis. Sorry. I'll get that up. One sec. There's TikTok. And right now we've got CT up over on TikTok as well. And then we've got the lines open for where'd it go? There it is. Lines are open on YouTube as well. So any YouTube watchers that want to request up, go for it. We can get you in here. I'm a soft empiricist, but I could become hard at any point. That's a good one. I already opened this? What the fuck? I did that without even thinking. Yeah, I don't like subscribing to any specific epistemology or metaphysical framework. I think it's I don't want to say it's
Do
like
what Thomas Aquinas
stupid, but
do what Thomas Aquinas did. Steal from a bunch of different epistemologies and make your own.
yeah, pretty much what I kind of subscribe to, like use them when they're needed, every school of thought is a good school depending on what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Varsha, Chino, what about fucking what? God damn, bro. Whoa, someone came in hot. Who is saying you should believe? Just go and believe whatever you want to. Just don't influence people. Yeah, no, fuck that. Indoctrination should not be believed by people, and I want to destroy it.
The other thing is that don't use your beliefs to influence people. I'm sorry, but no matter what you do, any action you take is going to influence someone. It's going to dictate how you vote. It's going to dictate how you interact with people. Like the reason why I act the way that I do, and the way that I talk to Cody and other individuals, is because my beliefs help form who I am, and it influences how I respond to people. And because of how I respond to people, it influences their perception of my position. There's no way to live in a way where your actions don't influence people. And if your actions are influenced and dictated by your beliefs, then that means your beliefs are influencing others.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the majority of us are going to be American. We got a lot of friends over, and I think we got a couple of Australians that watch. We got a lot of from England. We got some people around the world. Uppies now or witness annihilation. Well, I'm planning on only having one friendly up today. I
First
think
come,
that we've
first
been
serve.
having too many.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just been like yesterday got a little bit too jokey. I'd like to have a lot more serious conversations. I always come first, CT. Oh, Chase, I'm gonna fucking lick your toes. Catholic isn't friendly. He's Catholic. He's friendly.
As well as what is it? Justin said at one point, "I'm opposition, but I'm friendly opposition."
Yeah, I think it's good. Like, okay, so I absolutely, I think I can consider myself an anti-theist. But I also accept the fact that many people are going to keep their belief. And for the people that are going to keep their belief, that we cannot sway is the best way to say it. CT has possibly one of the best ways of thinking about it that I agree with. So if a Christian comes up here or a Muslim or whoever is up here and is debating, and they're just not capable, that they're like 80% of the population believes in some sort of afterlife and God, etc. So I expect the majority of the people we talk to want to keep to some degree their religion. I think that it's probably safer to have someone up here that knows the ins and outs way more than I do and can, I don't want to say sway them to Catholicism, but like for me, for instance, if I were to be a Christian, if I were to be a believer in a God, I would be like Hindu or Catholic. Specifically CT's, just because it's like he's not like, when we think of Christian, we think of gay hating, racist assholes, right? CT and the way that he reads the Bible is so much more accepting, friendly, and loving. So I don't have any problems at all with someone believing in the way that CT believes.
What's funny is it seems like there's more theists that have problems with the way that I believe and practice my Christianity.
It's because you're fucking nice.
Yeah, it was great. It helped my engagement, but Theosophical Wanderings responded to one of my shorts because I called Ogar a friend. Like I said, my friend Ogar,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, "How dare!" Like he was so upset and felt like that just because I'm a mod, because at that point Ogar was still starting up, had no one modding, and there was people being ugly in the chat, so he made me a mod real quick to help him out. And
Mm-hmm.
his argument was like, you're modding for Ogar, and so you're helping lead people to apostasy. And I'm like, well, one, no, how is me being a mod doing that? Because if I, whether I mod or not, he's
Jesus
still going to be
sat with
doing what he
sinners.
does. And then I also responded to him, and he hasn't responded back to it, that I've got more atheist mods on my life than I do theist mods. So what does that mean?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point as well. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I like that. What was the LGBT community? Whatever, it's everywhere, but it's fucked up in America. They just make problem. What? Varsha, what the fuck are you on about? My fave thing from CT is that I'm still going to heaven because my brain don't work good enough for hell. I love that. I love that a lot. What's up, mother? Been a minute. Kate, the OG. Holy shit. Everyone say hi, Kate. By the way, all of you over on YouTube, do go subscribe to Ogar on YouTube if you haven't already. I'm trying to, as many of you guys that I can send over there as possible. We've got 3,300 of you guys. Run over to him. I want to get him to 1,000 as well. He's got just under 300, I believe, so far. So everyone watching right now, and then throughout the stream today, I'm going to be shooting you guys over there as well. Ogar is absolutely fucking phenomenal. Dude makes
No
me
love
look
for your
dumb.
boy?
Oh, run over to CT as well, all of you fake atheists. All you frauds. Oh, man. Yeah. Definitely giving sinister vibes. Are you guys shitting on the facial hair? I'm gonna fight every single one of you. Put them up. Bunch of people here are weird. Yeah. It's who I am. I'm a fucking weirdo. The people that are coming around are fucking weirdos. Congratulations. You came to Funtown. Funtown. CT is my second favorite Christian. Oh, who's the first? What? Courteous manners veiled by threats and intimidation. Ha! What's up, vegan? Love seeing you around here. Let's extract the evidence, prepare the tongs of God. Is 4:15 p.m. Yeah, wow. Oh, wow. I thought we were a little... Wow. 4 p.m. Dude, I woke up at... I fixed my sleep schedule, and I ended up waking up at 3 in the fucking morning. Holy crap. It was so hard to not just go live at like 6 a.m. 5 p.m. over there. Good grief. I thought there were some more Midwesterners in chat.
Well, you got me Midwestern. Well, kind of Midwestern, but definitely Central Time.
Central. Went to bed at 5 a.m. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was going to bed at like 5, 6 in the morning, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. Because I usually work nights, so the whole point is when you are gay, and do not misbehave in public for your rights. And also change the perspective of normal people of the gays. And what the fuck are you on about? What? Can you, like, say all of that again in English? You know what they say, when in doubt, go live? Dude, I would stream, like, 24/7 if I just went live every time I wanted to. Me and my 11 a.m. against the world, then. Varsho is a bigot. Oh, they're hating on gays? I'd love to hear the definition of misbehaving. That's a good question. If I see one more musical episode or puppet episode, I'll call for a ban of letting the Glee Club writers out. What? What is going on in the YouTube chat? What are you guys on about? The eye is great evidence for God. Yeah, no. If that's a genuine belief, no. The human body and the way that it's formed is so much evidence that we were not intelligently created. Hell yeah, Hypatia.
Something funny about like the whole eye argument. When I was in high school, I read this book called Darwin's Black Box, and it was, arguing the difference between macro and micro evolution and trying to show why like Darwin's whole theory doesn't work. Before reading that, I was kind of agnostic on the whole like whether evolution was a thing or not. Just because, like, keep in mind, I was in high school and still learning my way and learning facts and things like that. That book is what made me accept evolution.
Well, that's good.
Like,
we'll have to
simpliciter.
Get that promoted out. Never heard of that one. Raymond, let's get you up here.
Oh no, do not promote it. Do not promote it. It is Christian. Like, you know how people come up trying to argue for macro versus micro evolution.
Right, no, it's stupid.
Yeah, that's what that book was doing.
Gotcha.
But it opened me up enough to it that I actually end up full on accepting evolution.
Gotcha. Raymond, how's it going?
What's going on?
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Christian God, Yahweh.
Wonderful,
Jesus.
Wonderful. And what are your pronouns?
Him and he.
Hell yeah! I wasn't expecting to get an answer out of you. I'm proud of you. All right, man. What you got for us today? What evidence you got?
Well, I'm a chosen one, and St. Mike, try not to run. I can tell you that all these redheads are freaking demons, bro, and they're connected to the great prostitute judgment. We're in the end times deeper than you realize. The people with sunglasses too. Not only that, we're on the last pope, Peter the Roman. Not only that, let's see, Trump's working on his little peace in the Middle East crap. That's gonna end in
Peace? He's a rapist.
war, which is called biblically the Battle of Megiddo. Russia versus U.S. versus China. All the pieces are there, my friend. You just got to be able to see it.
I was asking you for evidence of God, not conspiracy theory, brainwash.
I just hit you with 3 different ones. The prophecy of the popes, great prostitute judgment, Battle of Megiddo. Not only that, cashless society is coming here soon with the blockchain. That's recently been announced.
You hoping something's going to happen is not
It's all
current
going
evidence
down
of a
by
God.
2030.
The 2030 evidence is not today's evidence. So what evidence do you have today that
No,
points
I
to a God?
know stuff's going on. The chosen ones are out here.
I don't care about conspiracy theories.
So-
What evidence do you have today for a God?
I just gave you 5 different ones.
No, you
Real
said something
quick.
might happen someday in the future. That's not evidence of a God today.
So you know when the end time's going to occur?
No, I said the chosen ones are out here. That's evidence of Jesus coming back. The fact that Trump's in Iran playing around with
And you know it's
Megiddo,
going to happen by 2030?
that's evidence.
Are you guys hearing this guy? Holy crap.
Yeah, it's gonna all boil over. It's get
Okay.
So by the year 2030, Jesus will have come back.
I'd prefer Jesus
God's trying to give
not
everybody a
come on
chance.
my back. I don't consent to that, but would you like to provide me some evidence for God?
the entire Bible,
What about it?
both testaments, aliens of testimonies.
Holy shit, stop, pause.
I like that.
What about the Bible?
I think it's funny how everyone likes to think they're all testimonies of Jesus.
What about the
people who dealt with
Bible is
Jesus.
proof of God, dude? Holy crap.
All of it. All of it.
All of it. All of the Bible.
God and Jesus has been prevalent in every age known to man.
No, he hasn't. It's been 2,000 years.
The fact that we have testimonies in every generation
No, we don't.
proves his existence.
We really, really don't. Humans have been around for around 300,000-400,000 years. Jesus has been known of for around 2,000. So no, no. That's just historically, objectively incorrect. You don't even know history if you think that. But what about the Bible proves that a God
First of all,
exists?
Earth is 7,000 years old.
Dude, we
We're
have
not
trees
400,000
older than
years
that.
old. We're 7,000 years old.
We have trees older than that, buddy. Have you ever been to school?
The Bible takes place 4,000 years ago.
Really
We're in
doesn't.
the year 2026.
Yeah, what day of the week
It
is it,
does.
dude?
Thursday.
Yeah, who's that named after? If you're gonna use the year as proof of Jesus, I'm gonna use the day of the week as proof of Thor. That's fucking stupid. Let's use our big boy thinking. You're an adult, right?
I am.
Okay, so let's think like adults and not 12-year-olds that believe in Santa Claus. So it's Thor's day today. That doesn't make Thor fucking real. That's stupid, isn't it? That's illogical, right? So just because some monk decided to redate the way that we tell time based on the years and put that towards the possible existence of a human being does not make that human being a god. That's stupid. And it's only in the West, dude. Other areas, other zones in the world have different fucking years. China being one of them. Saudi, another. It's not 2026 everywhere in the world. That's just fucking stupid. Let's be humans with brains and at least try to use our brains, what a part about the Bible proves a God exists?
All of it.
All of it. So therefore the Quran is proof that your God isn't the one true God and Allah is, correct? Therefore Spider-Man is proof that Spider-Man is real, correct? What part of the Bible demonstrates
God
to
is
you
the true God.
what
Yahweh.
part of the Bible demonstrates to you that your God exists? Was it Genesis 1? Was it Matthew? Where in the Bible does it say God is real? Here's the proof.
Dude, I've tracked back the time. I've done my research.
You haven't researched anything if you can't give me a
If you go
straightforward
back
answer.
4,000 years ago,
Provide me an answer to my question. Which part of the Bible gave you your demonstrable evidence that a God exists? Saying all of it is the equivalent of me saying that Santa Claus is real because of the book Santa Claus. That's stupid. The Bible proves the Bible. What part of the Bible proves that the Bible is accurate? Like what? Use your brain.
we have disciples and apostles that point towards the existence of Jesus.
That's not what I asked you. All right, fine. You want to go down that route? Are you
72
talking to...
disciples.
You need to slow down.
12 apostles.
Grandpa, have you taken your meds today?
Now, either half the world is wrong with their testimony, or you're wrong.
100% of the
And
world
we
is
know
wrong,
and
though.
hold firm that we know it's true.
I'm asking you how you know. You saying you know
So I
it
don't
is not...
understand how an atheist can sit there and go, how everyone is wrong.
You are wrong.
When we all have
If half the world is
in-depth
testifying and believes in
personal
God, then that means.
encounters with God and Jesus.
No one
So
has.
here's the thing: if half the world believes in God, and half the world is correct, then you're sitting there saying that half the world is wrong, which is the exact same thing that Cody's doing. He's sitting there and saying, well, half the world doesn't believe in God, and half the world is wrong. So how do we determine, from an outsider's perspective, is what Cody's asking, who's right and who's wrong? If you're appealing, well, half says yes and half says no, how do we determine who is correct?
I have a better way to go about this, Raymond, since you're incapable of thinking correctly. So, Raymond, we're going to do something new. 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 What you're going to do is be quiet for a moment and pay attention and learn how to listen and think correctly. So, you said that someone having a testimony that they witnessed God makes God real, correct?
Correct.
I am God. Do you believe me?
No.
What if I give you testimony of 1,000 people that say that I am God and they have witnessed me as God?
We would know you're not God because of Scripture.
Well, no. My scriptures say that I am God, and my scripture says your scripture is incorrect. Therefore, I am correct?
Nope. Because
Yeah,
we have to base everything based on Bible scripture.
Yeah, my scripture. You have to base it on my scripture because my scripture says I'm correct.
That would make it false.
Nope, yours is false. Mine says yours is false.
From the beginning of time, it's always been a 50-50 split.
I made the beginning of time.
But
my book says so.
Time and time again.
No, listen. Nope. Stop, Raymond. Stop.
You're
going on another drug-induced psychosis ramble. You got to pay attention. Slow down. My book says something. Your book says something. How do you know which book is correct?
Through the history of time. It's tried and true.
Mine is tried and true through the history of time. So how do you know which one's correct?
Because we know by practice.
So this is going to be called something called circular reasoning. Raymond. This is called circular reasoning. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all. You've never studied any of this ever in your entire miserable life. What you need to do is we're going to drop you down and get someone up that has brain cells, and you need to go actually open books. I'm sure there's a library near you. Walk into there, go to the front counter, ask the kind people. Go ask the kind people at the front counter for a library card. They're going to hand you a little application. You fill it out. They're going to give you a library card. You then are going to go into the non-fiction. This is important. This is important, Raymond. Pay attention. Non-fiction. Okay, you're going to go into the non-fiction section for non-fiction, and you're going to start just reading every single fucking book you can. All right. I wish you the best of luck in life. Adios. Let's get Smack in here. What is up, Smack? Smack Dad.
Hey, how you doing,
all
my
on
son?
the flow. Oh, you straight up troll? Seriously, dude?
Oh,
I've only been live for 30 minutes. Come on.
No, you come on. Come on my back. Yeah.
You having fun?
So anyway, we can get into talk about the Bible if you want. Let's start with Proverbs. What do you think of that?
Why would I dig into the Bible if it's not true in the first place?
Well, I think the moralistic thing in the Proverbs is be good to
It's
your
stolen from
neighbor and,
Mesopotamia, so let's go into Mesopotamian values instead.
this was happening when people were still cracking coconuts and get the water out of it, you know. So when they were to eat.
Anyhow, let's move on to someone with brains. Anyone that is theistic of any sort, I don't care if you're Christian, Catholic, Muslim, Hindu, request up. Let's have a conversation about why I should believe in your God. If you have any evidence for it, request up over on YouTube by clicking that link pinned in the chat. If you're over on TikTok, go on ahead and make sure you're over the age of 18, and then you can click those two little people at the bottom or one of the guest invite boxes and request up, and we can have that conversation. Yeah, 100% a troll. Yeah.
Aren't we still cracking coconuts?
I love some coconut water. Oh my god. Raymond is like getting really weird about redhead people, so we're just going to go ahead and mute him. Raymond, go outside. Touch grass. Please, for the love of your God, touch grass. You need it. Why am I getting notifications about TikTok on my computer right now? I'm going to have to turn off the link. Where is it at? Where is it? Anyways. Yeah, that was rough. Trolling's cool. We get some cool trolls in here sometimes that actually get me to chuckle a little bit. But, like, just throwing on, like, a voice is like, okay, dude, I'm not 12. I'm 13. Get your fucking facts straight. TikTok, that was a fucking joke. Get banned immediately on the spot.
I don't know, like, be at least original and creative with the troll. Don't do the same thing that everyone else is doing.
Literally. I've had quite a few. Like, some of the Philbro guys, they'll come in here and they'll get me to laugh pretty good. Some of them are pretty dope. But yeah.
I mean, do you like what Sober does? Like, he might run the
Sober's pretty
same
funny.
argument, but what he'll do is he'll change his username to be something that's some kind of like reverse or reflection of his actual username to give you a hint that it's him.
Yeah, Chase,
So that
I
way,
love
then
C4.
By the time you realize what it is, what's going on, you laugh at yourself for not realizing it was him the whole time because it's like, oh, why didn't I see it?
Sober's pretty smart. I love the way he does it and with the name. By the way, we've got over 50 over on the YouTubes. If you guys are over on YouTube, go subscribe to Ogar Debates on YouTube. We're trying to get his YouTube up there alongside his TikTok. So if you're not following him, I better check Ogar's YouTube after stream and see at least 100 subscribers more. Bare minimum. I'm not big enough
By
to
the
be
way, you're
shooting people
welcome.
over, but
You're welcome. I saved you from Jaden trying to convince you about objective morality.
I have nothing
He should,
against objective morality. I just
yeah,
think it's funny that he like states like he doesn't understand those arguments aren't literally stating morals are objective.
yeah. He showed up on my life. I forget what the conversation was, but he was trying so hard to come up with a way for me to help convince you, and I told him like, no, like I think the whole question of like whether morals are objective or subjective confuses the conversation. I think what we really should be focusing on when we're talking about morals is whether they're arbitrary or if there are reason givers for our moral system.
Yeah, and and I agree with him when it comes to that. Like his like he follows the same like line that of reasoning that Ian does, which is like you can have goals to orient an objective morality.
Which by the way, I tying it back to when I first came on about Jesus and whatnot and divine command theory versus natural law theory, what Ian talks about is quite literally rediscovering natural law theory.
I'm too ignorant. We have some grace and mercy for now, but that goes in nature. That what? What? We have some grace and mercy for now, but that goes and nature equals death. What? You got to rephrase that, or you can request up and have a conversation about it. That's even better. I don't know who Andrew Wilson is. He's a disgusting bitch pig. I'm back. I just can't stay in the darkness. But there's some weird comments going on. Ogar rocks. I've been watching about a month now. Yeah, Ogar is awesome. I love him. Ogar is pretty fucking awesome. Bro is writing Voldemort sayings in the comments. Ooh, that's a paragraph. Yeah, I like C4. I've got right now a 24 pack of C4s and a 12 pack of monsters. C4 I like because the itchiness tells me it's working. And it like placebos my brain into feeling more energetic because it thinks it's working more. That's what I like about C4s.
I don't get the itchiness from C4. There's some energy drinks I do get the itchiness, but I don't get it from C4. And I had the 300 caffeine milligram one.
It's not the caffeine. It's the L-B-theanine.
Yeah, but I was saying that the one I had was 300 milligrams, and I saw you had the
beta alanine
200 milligram.
Well, this is also my third one of the day.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
dude, your heart.
These are small though. These are the 12 ounces. These are tiny.
How many milligrams of caffeine are in each one?
Not enough. 150.
Okay, so you're at 450. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were having the 200 and sitting at 600. That's still, I think, 50 over the max that the
max
FDA
my
recommends.
ass. Fuck the FDA. I rock 1,200 minimum a day.
That explains a lot.
Oh yeah, I got problems. C4 itchiness makes me super uncomfortable, and when my blood itches, there's a problem. I love it though. It's not that it's like comfortable per se. It's just that it placebos me into it working. FDA is for humans. I go to the vet now because I'm a fucking animal. That's a good one. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah, Wodenson reshared. Thank you so much for that. Woden reshared the link for Ogar's channel. Go ahead and click that. Go subscribe. Let him know that you're there.
Super chat.
Jesus Christ. $9.99 super chat from Kelly. Here's towards Cody's liver transplant. That's funny as fuck. Thank you for the $9.99. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the joke. Fuck you. David, let's get you up here. What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Going all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
All right. And which God do you follow?
I believe in the one true God, the Christian God.
Christian God. Gotcha. All right, man. What you got for me? What evidence or great argument do you have?
Yes. So as you can tell, I am a model, and the reason why
We're
I'm
trolling right out the gate, dude. Seriously?
no, I'm not. Just listen.
That's crazy, bro. God is real because I'm a
I've never
model
heard,
and I'm pretty.
I've never heard anyone use the argument of beauty and using themselves as the example.
Yeah, if you want to come back up and give an actual argument that's not fucking stupid, I'd love to have a conversation. Trolls, just gonna get kicked fucking immediately. I'm in the mood
No
to
patience
actually
for 'em
talk to
today.
him. Yeah, no. I want to keep a lot more control today. That's why only you are up here. All right, David. Did you want to provide an actual argument or being a trolling loser?
Yeah, I was gonna give an actual, argument, evidence, you know.
I will listen to what you have to say. If it's trolling, you're going to be dropped immediately, though.
Okay, so I'm 26 and I've done years of research on this topic.
I don't care. I just care about the evidence.
Buddy, are you on your lunch break? Just wait.
No.
Calm down.
Provide the evidence or fuck off. I'm here to have an actual conversation, not a fucking story time.
Send me your location. I want to fight you.
Boring. Bye-bye. That's just boring. It's not even a good troll. It's just boring. $19 and 6'5". Hey, don't disbelieve someone could be 19 and 6'5". I was 6 foot at 13 years old. I think I reached 6'3" when I was like 18. Yeah, I think I've been over 6'3" since I was 18. Totally reasonable for someone to be 6'5" at 19. Dude, kids these days are fucking massive. Look at Chase. Dude's fucking like 300 pounds, 7'3". Yeah, it's 6 feet when you were 13. How many legs? I'm 6'6" and have been since 14. I was 5'5" at 13 and still am. You're 6'3"? No, I'm 6, depending on the day, like 6'4", 6'5".
I was talking and I was muted and I was wondering why you were over talking me, so that makes a lot of sense. So I got 3 cousins that are over 6 foot, and I know one of them, I want to say that he hit 6 feet when he was like 16 years old. And part of it is because he hit a growth spurt so violently, it gave him stretch marks.
Yep. Yeah, I've got some stretch marks from growing. Wow, what a stud. I'm a comfy 6 foot. 6 foot's a really solid fucking height. I remember hitting 6 foot and I was like, I want to stop growing now. And then my mom just laughed in my face. I was 5'7" at 14, 15, ended up 6'3" by college. Hell yeah, dude. You stop at 6'3"? I feel that. I don't really know how tall I am because, like, when I measure myself, I measure between 6'3" and 6'4". At the doctor's office, I'll usually do 6'4", 6'5". Like, it really depends on the way that we measure. So I usually just say like 6'3", 6'4". I don't usually give me
You
that
measure
extra
above
inch.
the branch or below the branch?
I usually go below, you know, below the bar. Like, just because I've measured 6'5", I'm not going to say I'm 6'5". Like, usually I measure 6'4".
I had someone show up in my life yesterday who admitted to LARPing as a theist to run fine-tuning arguments, and I'm just like, why? Like, the whole purpose of these dialectics is to figure out truth, not just LARPing, scoring points. Like,
You're as tall as your arms outstretched, fingertips, middle finger? What? I'm anywhere between 5'9" and 6'8", depending on the gas station. God, that's a good one. 6'4" in the morning, 6'3" in the evening. Hey, that's super valid. 56, never see gods or demons. Dude, valid. So you can take a string and approximate. That's true. I've got a tape measure somewhere around here. Oh, found it. I might just do that on stream. I also lose a few inches after the morning. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Let me guess. Around 4 inches. Dan is literally a whole foot taller than I am. Four is big. 4 is fucking massive. What are you talking about, dude? God damn. I wish I was 4 feet tall. 6'3" here also. Are atheists taller on average? Someone should study this phenomenon. Crazy how brain rot even outweighs religious zealotry. He's 6'5". Who's 6'5"? And then Goat with a goated donation. Cody, you don't know your exact height because you're using hamburgers per football field units. You know what? That's so fucking valid, though. That's funny. I love that. That's hilarious. Yeah, everyone get that W to the goat. 6'5", Ken? God damn. Making me feel short, dude. Anytime I walk next to someone that's like 6'4" and up, I feel like an absolute fucking toddler. I feel like the tiniest fucker alive. This glass boy give gay vibes? I should. Duh. Secular Satanist? Hell yeah. Love Satanists. Oh, also, I'm thinking about nails. Next, I'll probably do it tonight. I'm going to do a matte black base, okay? And then we're going to do glossed black for, like, the designs. Do some, like, webbing or lightning kind of esque designs. Why is your nails painted? Because it's fun and pretty. Why aren't yours painted?
Do you feel bonita?
I feel muy bonita. Bonito. He can sniff out the gay ones. No Jesus, no God. That's a good name. Hey, before we get into this next one, though, fucking Muppets has been a member for 4 months now. Everyone get some W's in for Muppet on that. What is up, Jesus? Jello.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, doing all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
All right, and I'm going to guess you're a Christian judging on your name.
Yeah, I'm a cradle Catholic.
Oh, sweet. We got a Catholic up here as well. Well, all right, brother. What evidence do you have for your God? Why should I believe in him?
Well, to tell you the truth, bro, I came here to ask you a question, but I'll answer yours. Obviously, this is your life. God revealed Himself to me through supernatural events. That's for me to know for myself. It's like I can't share necessarily that supernatural event with you. Like, you know, it was a message from me alone, you know, and through that I love to share His word all the time. Like, so I can't really give you an evidence for it. But I'm just curious, brother. It's a real sincere question. You're here to you know, ask people for evidence for God. So to me, it's like it's safe to say that you're searching for God, but by trying to prove Him wrong, what do you achieve? Or what do you get out of it, and what does the other person get out of it if they come to alignment with your beliefs?
Absolutely destroying racism, sexism, rape defending, slavery defending, and indoctrination in general, and teaching critical thinking. That's what I get. I get a better society and better world. So, yeah, I had a supernatural experience that I can't tell you about the one true God that said that your God's a bitch. What do you have to say about that? I can't tell you what the experience was, but I know it absolutely happened and is objectively true because I said so.
To be fair, Cody, I think he
Well, I
misunderstood
mean,
your question. I think he was saying why he believes, not necessarily why you should believe. So I think it was a misunderstanding of the question.
yeah.
That's a failure of understanding on his part because I said, why should I believe in your God? And that was his response. So better listening ears next time.
No, I told you, brother. Well, like I said, brother. Like if you're coming from this point, there's no evidence that I'm ever gonna give you that you're gonna believe in God, bro. And God is, you know how we believe in Him through faith, you know. And
That's dumb.
you knock on the door, He'll answer, huh?
That's dumb.
No, Jesus. You said you're a cradle Catholic, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Vatican I says that one can use natural reason to come to understand God? So in other words, we can use evidence to prove, quote unquote, a naturalistic God, so to speak. It does take supernatural faith and supernatural reasoning to arrive at Catholicism, but the Catholic Church does indeed say that evidence and reasoning can be provided to demonstrate and show that a God exists.
1 Peter 3:15. Read your Bible, bud. So, do you want to provide actual evidence, or did you just want to come up and say that you know God is real because you know God is real, and I need to believe in God?
No, I came to ask. I came to ask, what do you get out of it?
Yeah,
you know,
a better society.
What happened? A better society. So Jesus taught racism, and Jesus taught violence and rape and grape, just like you noticed before.
Yeah.
Where does Jesus tell us to be racist?
Deuteronomy, where he says to buy your slaves from these places, and you can also continue passing on your slaves to your children because the slave is your property. But you're not allowed to wear mixed fabrics. That's a fucking sin. You can own a person as property, and you can beat them till death, but you're not allowed to eat shellfish. Yeah, your God's disgusting, and Jesus is God, correct? So therefore, Jesus is a disgusting prick. Also, he flipped tables, called a woman a dog. He said, I did not come to bring people together, but to separate mother from daughter and father from son. He's a disgusting piece of shit. So why should I believe that God or Jesus is real anyways? I don't give a fuck what the piece of paper says.
Well, I mean, you're saying that you're going to eliminate this racism and all this and that, but you don't have Jesus in your life. And
you're right. I have better morals.
And you're acting exactly like you said you don't want people to be in this life. Look
I
how you're
was just racist.
someone.
I'm being disrespectful to a racist defending loser. So how am I being racist?
Yeah, I mean, look how you're speaking, bro. And then you want peace on earth, and that's the way to achieve it.
I didn't say.
And you
peace
don't
on
have
earth.
Jesus in your life. You don't.
I didn't
have
say
Jesus
peace
on your
on
life.
earth. I said
you didn't want raping, racism.
Buddy,
you didn't want all this.
Buddy,
you
buddy,
said you want
buddy,
a better life.
Buddy. I said.
And this is the example of a better life. The way you're speaking.
Buddy. I said to destroy indoctrination and spread critical thinking. I don't give a fuck if you're nice or not. I only care about factual thinking.
Oh, okay.
If your feelings get hurt, that's a you problem. I don't give a fuck if your feelings are hurt. I only give a fuck if you have facts.
My feelings ain't hurt, bro. I just feel like you're coming from a place
Wonderful.
of hurt.
I don't give a fuck what you think. Would you like to demonstrate that God exists?
You wouldn't be speaking like that.
I would. I have my whole life, even when I was a Christian. Oh, I care what you think. I just care about facts. I'm going to destroy what you think and then teach you how to actually think. So why do you believe in God? What evidence do you have for God?
Bro. You're really on a mission. You're hurt,
Dude,
brother.
Can you stop
really
with the preaching?
Nah, because why? You're really hurt, brother. Look how you're acting. Look how you act. And that's the world you want to live in?
What part of my body is hurt right now?
No, Jesus.
Yeah.
No, Jesus, real quick. Ask yourself this. Because I'm a Catholic as well, cradle Catholic. And Cody has me up here, and we've been having friendly conversations. I don't know if you were listening, but, we've been shooting the breeze,
Yeah, he doesn't curse at you and insult your God.
Oh, I press him, and I just insulted his God just now.
He'll press me, and we'll have conversations and debates. But the point that I'm getting at is, you notice what he said. It wasn't necessarily to destroy religion in and of itself. It was to teach critical thinking skills, which Catholicism is in support of, to eliminate bigotry, racism, and sexism, which again Catholicism is in support of, and to remove indoctrination, which again, Catholicism is in support of. So all of the things that he's saying that he's trying to accomplish does not necessitate the eradication of religion. There are certainly individuals out there who use religion to indoctrinate, to justify racism, to shut down critical thinking. There's a lot of individuals out there who will use the faith to do the very things that he's
Brother,
pushing against.
what Catholic church have you gone to that doesn't allow you to ask questions?
Well, I've asked
I
you a
didn't
lot of
say
questions
H.
and you haven't provided a single answer. So whatever church you're trying
One-
to represent.
No, I'm telling you, I could ask
No.
questions at any church that I walk into. Critical thinking
Well, then,
is
No, that-
well, then
encouraged.
why are you
Yeah,
not
no, that's
answering my
exact-
question
that's
of what
exact-
evidence do you have for God?
Brother, look around you. You think this came out of
Done.
nowhere?
Where's God? Nope. No one believes that. If you believe that, you're silly.
Yeah, sure. So this came out of nowhere.
Nope.
From
No
no
one believes that.
intelligence.
If that's what you believe, then you're silly.
No, I want to know what is it then that created all this that we
Why are you
see?
assuming something created it?
Also, it just always existed.
How do planets form?
Yo, this just came out of nowhere. It came from nowhere.
How do
It has-
planets form?
I don't have the answer to that. You tell me.
Gravity.
Oh, and gravity just came from it just always existed.
Planets formed when balls of gas started to condense due to gravity getting attracted to each other, and to, like, for example, for our particular solar system, it formed into the sun, and there was this great big swirling dust cloud around the sun that eventually started colliding into each other to then create the modern day planets into the modern day solar system.
Yeah, and you asked how gravity works. That's not gonna need a god either. So how it works is space-time curvature and mass.
And all that just always existed.
Nope, matter is
So-
actually an emergent property from energy. Energy cannot be created.
Oh, okay. So it's eternal.
Yeah, that's the first law of
So-
thermodynamics. That's why I said it's silly to believe anything created all of this.
Oh, okay. So the creation has no creator.
Why did you
Alright.
call it a creation without
No,
evidence of it being created?
No, Jesus. Cody is not saying that the universe was created, and if something is eternal, it had no beginning. Therefore, it doesn't. There wasn't a point when it didn't exist and then became existing. So what you're doing right now is you're critiquing a straw man of Cody's position, and even Thomas Aquinas acknowledged that it is perfectly reasonable, logical, and rational, and unable to be disproven through science if the universe eternally and always existed. So he formatted his arguments to work whether the universe eternally existed or not. So you just sitting there and being like, "Oh man, it's so stupid for you to think that the universe."
I never
always
called him
existed."
stupid. I don't use those words. He
You-
does.
True.
I mean, you're laughing at him and acting incredulously, and actions.
I'm
speak
laughing.
louder
I'm
than
not
words.
laughing at him. I'm laughing at the idea of thinking that all this
Yeah.
came from that doesn't have a
Which-
creator.
Which one he never.
Why do you believe
which-
that it has a creator?
Which one? No.
That's the point in contention,
no.
brother.
I mean, the point I want to make. No, Jesus. If you're Catholic, and why are you laughing at this idea when Thomas Aquinas acknowledged that it is a valid, strong idea that one who does not believe in God can hold, and it be logically coherent?
Well, I mean, he's not gonna. So, Jesus, here's what we're gonna do. Why should
Oh,
I
you can
believe?
answer for me.
Why should I believe that something created the universe?
You don't have to believe. You have the free will to believe what you want.
Well, you
brother.
requested up, and my prompt says there's no evidence for God. So 1 Peter 3:15 in your Bible also
Yeah,
says
I
when
know.
asked, listen, I'm teaching you. So 1 Peter 3:15,
no.
listen, I'm teaching you about
Teach
your own
yourself,
book that you've
brother.
never read.
Teach yourself.
I'm teaching you
Yo,
something from the book that
The
you've never
Bible
read.
says atheists are fools.
Well, I say you're a fool, so who's right? So 1 Peter 3, he ran, pussy. So 1 Peter 3:15 says that when you're asked a question from some non-believer, that it is actually your duty and job to present an answer, and as to why you have the hope. You should read your book that you so ignorantly laugh about. But yeah, next time come up with some form of knowledge. I mean, even if, try next time. Let's get Liam. Liam, what you got, man?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, boy? What you got for me today?
Today is the day that the Lord has made. We should be glad and rejoice in it, guys. It's awesome. Just said I want to tell you I love you guys.
Okay. Great clips. Let's get you in here. What's up? Hello, Great Clips. You are up. I feel like that was an accidental request. We'll let you go. Jesus came back. Let's see if he actually wants to try and have a conversation.
I'm just gonna say, bro, all the things you say you would never say in person, bro.
I don't give
never.
a fuck what you think. So why should I believe that God created the universe?
You love the screen. You love the screen, bro. TikTok. You would never treat anyone like that in person. You wouldn't talk like that. I know your mother raised you better than to speak
correct.
like that.
No, correct. I'm
Your
a
mother
bitch.
and
So
your
why should I
father-
believe in the universe was created by
your mother
God?
and your father treated you better.
You're so
They
right. I'm
raised
so
you
proud
better.
of you. So why should I
They
believe
teach
that
you
the
how to
universe was created by God?
Speak like that. I know you don't talk to your parents like
You're
that.
such a big, strong boy. Why should I believe that the universe was created by God? Oh, he ran again. Pussy! 2-time running champion! Give it up for
See,
the
and this is-
2-time running champion.
There's times when I feel tired of having to basically justify my existence as I'll call it somewhat rational, critical thinking theist. And then I see performances like that, and I'm like, nope. If I don't stand up and talk to people, who will?
Guy's clutching his pearls so hard. He was having a hard time. Let's get Ella in here. Hello, Ella.
Hello. Wait, so what's this about?
Well, first things first, are you over the age of 18? Oops. All right, Frank, let's get you in here. Frank, how's it going?
Hello there, sir. How you doing?
Another troll. You over the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
Which God do you believe in, Mr. Troll?
Christian God.
All right, Mr. Troll, what you got for me? Why should I believe in a Christian God?
Why did you assume I'm a troll?
Because of the fake-ass fucking voice. Why should I believe in your God, Troll?
Well, your voice is fake ass and stupid.
Yep. Why should I believe in your God, Troll?
Because the implications of sin.
You want to try that again without the voice crack, Troll? Do you want to buy some propane by chance?
Propane, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Damn it, Bobby. It's the propane.
Well, you look like you drive around in an ice cream truck there with that stupid mustache. Or a 70s porno.
I 100% do and 100% have. I'm going to ask you again, why should I believe in your God?
Because of the implications of sin.
That has absolutely zero meaning. What about missing the mark has anything to do with a God existing?
Well, think of it this way: when people were sinning, this was back when people didn't understand.
There's no such
morals,
thing as
ethics,
sin.
you fucking dumbass.
I am a dumbass. There's no such thing as sin. So why should I believe in God? I'm not asking about sin. I'm asking about God.
Sin that correlates to the morals and ethics of understanding virtues and all.
Well, I don't follow the morals of a man that's taught how to and where to buy slaves. So again, why should I believe in God?
You do. Yeah, you do.
No, I have better morals than that God. I have way better
morals
than that God.
What do you think happens when you're addicted to drugs?
I'm not addicted to drugs, so why should I believe in God? Actually, I am addicted to drugs. I fucking love caffeine and nicotine. I'm a whore for some caffeine and nicotine.
Well, then you're a sinner.
100%. 100%. So why should I believe in God?
Well,
hey, we've got some actual callers, so I'm going to let go of the troll. Vibe, let's get you in. What's up, Vibes?
What's up, brother? What's up?
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in, brother?
The God of the Bible.
God of the Bible. Cool. What you got for me, man? Why should I believe in your God? What evidence do you have for him?
Yeah. Do you think that people are inherently good or bad?
Neither.
They could be whatever, right?
Yeah, baby doesn't have belief systems.
Yeah, but a baby can like steal food from another baby, right? Because
Is
he's
it bad?
hungry. Well, it depends, right? If the other baby's starving.
What's bad? What's bad about that?
Well,
Were you meaning
that's
to
what
go
I'm
down
saying.
a moral argument? Is that what we're meaning to do?
No, I'm just saying, like, inherently, do we have the ability to hurt others or to unalive others? Or
100%. What's bad about that?
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't bad, everybody would do it, right?
I don't know if I agree with
Well,
that.
real quick. So, vibes. What you
Mhm.
appeal to is actions. So what you appealed
Well,
to
yeah.
was an individual doing an action, but a person
Yeah.
is not their action. So
Mhm.
you asked, are people inherently good or bad?
Mhm.
Maybe what you meant to say is, are people naturally disposed to doing good, or are they naturally disposed to doing evil?
Yeah. Okay, we could say it that way. It could go either way.
Sure, I don't have an answer
Well,
for
no,
that.
because if you say that people are inherently good or inherently bad, then you're saying that there is something about our nature that's good or bad. And if you say that our nature is evil, and you say that God created us, then you say that God created evil. I'm not
But
sure you want to go down that
I mean,
road.
it doesn't matter anyways
Well,
because me doing something good or bad doesn't make a magical unicorn exist. So why should I believe in God?
well, this is what we're getting to, right? So if we are inherently bad or good, whatever which way you want to take it, right? Who is the one to tell us we're bad?
Parents, friends, family. Where's God at in this argument?
Yeah, but how would they know
By their
what's good or
parents.
bad?
Where's God at in this argument?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're
Yeah, it
getting
goes
to the
all the
source.
way back until we're
Yes.
eukaryotes and we don't have brains to think, and therefore we can't decide that there is or is not a good or bad action. So again, where is God? I'm asking about God, not about morals.
Inherently, he's the one that gives us that spirit of knowing,
What's a
right?
spirit?
What's good or bad, right?
What's a spirit?
That spirit is like it's like an emotional connection of
Well, then
knowing
that
what's good or bad.
contradicts biology and facts that we already know, making it untrue because emotions are chemical reactions. And we know this for objective fact through neurology and medical science and biology. So that makes spirit non existent if you're claiming that the spirit is what does that. But we know for a fact it's actually chemical reactions. Therefore, what you claimed is untrue. So I have no reason to believe in a spirit now. So where's God? Because I didn't ask about a spirit, nor did I ask about biology. I asked you what your evidence for God is, and you seem to not want to bring that.
Chemical reactions gonna stop you from doing anything good or bad?
That's not what I asked you. Where's God? What's the evidence for
well,
God,
I'm
brother?
telling you, if he's the one that created the spirit inside of
Oh,
us,
there you go.
that
Okay,
is
wonderful. Pause there.
inherently-
Pause there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What evidence do you have that God created a spirit?
Well, we all have a spirit, don't you think?
Okay, pause. What evidence do you have that I have a spirit?
Okay, dreams.
Dreams are in the brain.
Out of body experiences.
NDEs are explained by many other drugs, including but not limited to DMT.
Oh, you tried DMT?
No, your brain produces it, brother.
Oh, your brain produces it? I thought it was a chemical created from burning lots of wood.
There's ways to recreate these chemicals, yes, but your brain also naturally creates it.
Okay, so you don't believe in a spirit? That's what you're saying.
I'm asking you why should I? You're
a
trying to do what's called a burden shift, where you're trying to switch it
Mm-hmm.
around for me to defend all of my belief systems. First and foremost, I'm asking you why I should believe in God. Your response should be, you should believe in God because of X, Y, Z. And then I respond, I grant X, I don't grant Y because of X, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
You got to stop like running away and just provide, here's why I believe in God.
I'm not running away because I say my belief, right? Knowing the Bible tells us that we all created.
The Bible also
from
says
this
that
one
rabbits
spirit.
chew cud. And that's just objectively false. And it calls bad spurts. That's objectively false. It also says that the sun, okay, is younger than the earth. That is objectively false. It also says that donkeys and snakes can talk. That's objectively false. It says a lot of false things. So why the fuck would I listen to that? I'm asking you for evidence of God, not evidence of a mythological storybook that's sold in the fiction section.
So they're all subjective, right? So we don't know how far the sun is. That's
yeah, we do.
Because nobody's been to the sun.
Yeah, we have.
No, has anybody traveled? No.
Yes. We have shot so many things
probe.
into the sun, dude.
Well, actually, no. I think we've only shot one, maybe two, because it's actually harder to travel to the sun than away from it. But
2026. We don't believe CGI. You know what I mean?
What
We
shape's
don't
the
believe
Earth?
CGI stuff, brother. Well, we don't know. We've never been outside of it to see. We never been
How old is
outside
the
it
Earth?
far enough to know.
We don't need to. We can measure the shape of the Earth with shadows that are cast by the sun, and we're able to measure the
Sure.
shape and size of the Earth by
Yeah, but
trigonometry
you ever
without having
walk
to leave it.
outside? You ever walk outside and see the moon and the sun at the same time? Where is the moon on the other when it's supposed to be on the other side of the Earth?
Brother,
And
that's
there's
not how
times when
that
I've walked
works.
outside and I see, and there's been times when I've walked outside and seen only the sun and not the moon.
Okay,
and I've seen
but
only the moon and not the
in
sun.
one part of the
Yeah,
in one part of the
the
Earth, there
moon
gets
and the
no
sun
moon?
follow an orbit, brother. Sometimes there's a moon
Yeah,
during the
yeah,
day.
okay.
Sometimes it's only at night. Sometimes it's for 30 minutes at night. Sometimes it's for all of night. It's what the fuck are you on about? So first and
Yeah, I
foremost, you
see
just
it
told me
I
that you're
see it from
completely.
morning till
So
night.
what you've just
What's
told
the
me.
point?
So what you've just told. Yeah, sometimes, brother.
I'm
Yeah,
outside right
sometimes
now
you'll
and I
see
don't
it
see the
from
moon
the
at
Sometimes
all.
because of orbit, you
Sometimes you'll
dumbass.
see
So
the
you have
yeah.
taught me that you are completely ignorant on anything cosmological. So I would love for you to provide me any evidence for God and stop getting into conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy to you, the conspiracy theories, because
No, to
I mean, there's
you.
no way to prove
Yeah,
it.
they are a conspiracy to me because you
I
haven't
mean, you
fucking proven
haven't.
it.
The science hasn't
Oh my
proved
god, dude.
anything neither.
I couldn't give a fuck about your conspiracies. I want evidence for
I
your
couldn't give
God.
a fuck about your scientific theories. Like, bro, wake up.
You don't even know the definition of theory, first and foremost. Second of all, you haven't provided me evidence for your
It's
God.
just somebody has this idea, maybe
Wrong.
not.
So
Could
what
be,
is your
could be
evidence for
not.
God?
Yeah, we all have a spirit, and that spirit is created by God.
Demonstrate that.
Right? Okay. All the prophets before had a spirit that
Demonstrate
told them
that.
what. Yeah, we have a Holy Spirit. It's a spirit
Demonstrate
of
that.
discernment. It's a spirit of discernment,
Dude,
right? To
you've
know
made the
what's
claim
right,
3
what's wrong,
times. You said we have a
right?
spirit. I said prove
Yeah.
that. And then you said, well, we have
And
a
I'm
spirit.
telling you.
And I said prove
Yeah.
that. And then you said, guess what? This one got me. You said we have a spirit.
No,
That's
I
not
didn't.
evidence
say
for us having a spirit. You're just
we
stating
have
the
a
claim
spirit
over
of
and over and over.
discernment, right? To
I
know
wasn't
what's
done
right and
talking.
what's
I wasn't
wrong,
done
right?
talking. I wasn't done talking. So I asked you, demonstrate that we have a spirit. And you said because we have a
Yeah.
spirit. I said demonstrate that.
No,
Again, you then
I
said
just
because we have a
explained what
spirit.
a spirit was. That
Nope.
spirit
I
gives
asked you to
discernment
demonstrate
tell
how you know that we
what's
have a
right,
spirit.
what's wrong, right? It's a spirit of discernment to tell you
Demonstrate
what's right
that
and
we
what's
have
wrong.
a spirit.
Do you know what's right from wrong? Then you
Demonstrate
have a
that we
spirit
have
to
a
tell you
spirit.
that it's right from wrong, right?
I know right from wrong through experience. Demonstrate that
No,
we have
you
a
don't
spirit.
know right from wrong from experience. You
Demonstrate that we
don't.
have a spirit.
You said that your
Okay, let me make this
your
easier for you.
biology tells you all
Let
these
me
things
make this
from
a little
what's
bit
right and what's
easier
wrong.
for you. Where in the body does the spirit reside?
It's all throughout the body.
How do you know this?
Because I mean, how do you expect us to be walking around and moving around when
Limbs.
limbs? Okay, your limbs.
Do plants have spirits?
Everything has a spirit. Everything has spirit. Everything living has a
So
spirit.
rock.
I said living.
Okay, so then.
Did I say rock?
Okay, so hang on. So plants know right and wrong then.
Plants don't. I mean, biologically, they just follow what it tells them biologically.
Well,
they're
you
just
said
doing
that
what
the
they-
spirit is how we know what right from wrong, and if the spirit is how we
Yeah.
know right from wrong, and plants have spirit, then plants ought to know right from wrong.
I mean, they have their own conscience, right? I mean,
No, they don't.
so they don't know they're alive. They don't know they're living.
Nope.
Brother, oh my god.
Nope.
This is getting way off topic. Where is the evidence for God? You said that the evidence for God is that we have a spirit. I asked you
Yeah.
to demonstrate how you know that we have a spirit. You said you know that
And
because
I
we have a
said
spirit.
of discernment.
That's not
Right?
an
Of the
explanation for
knowing
how
from
you
right
know.
from
Here,
wrong,
let me
right?
teach you something, Vibes. Ask me how I know that there was a Big Bang.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for asking that question so that I can teach you something. So we know about the Big Bang Theory thanks to cosmic microwave background radiation. We can observe it to this day with our eyes through telescopes and other tools, and we can measure the distance and
see
the age
radiation
of the
through a telescope,
radiation
you
to
weirdo.
dictate where it came from in its oldest
You
states,
can
which
see
all leads
radiation
back.
through a telescope. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I wasn't done talking. So we watch it
Depending
and
on the
observe it,
lens
and we
used,
can
yeah, you can.
see and observe its age and date back to a hot,
How about
dense state.
You can see radiation, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
with
that makes no
tools.
sense.
Light actually is a, if I understand it, like the electro,
So you
like,
see
or
colors
the
in the sky, you say that's radiation.
I mean, it's a kind of
Yeah,
in
y'all are
my
idiots.
understanding of it. Well, no,
He goes,
like
oh look, I
the
can see radiation. I can see radiation. Oh my god.
X-ray, like you get radiation from X-ray, like X-ray radiation, and yet we're able to see it through lenses and everything else.
Hey, Vibes,
Because
you want me
of
to make you see radiation real quick?
Let's see radiation, bro.
There you
Without
go.
testing it. It's just a light.
Yeah,
It's a
no
plasma
shit,
beam.
dumbass.
I mean, duh.
light is
Duh.
radiation.
You just saw
Okay, so
radiation.
you're seeing light, right? That's all you're seeing. And you say, oh yeah, it's just light radiating
What
in
was
the
the
sky.
rest I
We don't
said?
even know
Do you need me to
that the
restate the
Big Bang
entire
Theory comes
explanation?
from seeing light in the sky. That's what you said.
No, that's called a straw man.
Yeah,
So
that's
you've
what
also
you
never
said.
learned logic. So what I said was through CMB radiation and the dating thereof, based on the different brightnesses, I guess we could say in its simplest terms, we
Oh
can see
my
which
god.
one's oldest, which one's youngest, and we can follow that to the oldest ones and where they came from. And we see that that came and expanded from a simple hot dense state. And that is the Big Bang Theory. It's not that there was an explosion. It's that the universe existed in a hot dense state and then it expanded 13.8 billion years ago.
You're just saying that, oh, just because I could see light darker here and lighter over here, we expanded from the days of old. Right?
Have
And
you
you
ever
don't
heard
have
of
no
light speed?
actual bro.
Have
So
you
you're
ever
just
heard of light
basing
speed?
you're basing everything on light.
Have you ever
On
heard of
sunlight.
light speed?
Yes, of course.
Do you
But
believe
is
light
that what you're
speed is a
basing?
true thing?
You think that we see how far light speed is going?
Do you
You think
think
we
that
could
light
trace
speed
light
is a
speed?
true thing?
Light speed does exist. Yes, it does exist.
There you go. So we can measure the speed of light against different lights
Oh my
to
god.
determine how long it took for it to reach certain places. And through that, we can
So you're
dictate how
basing
long it took for it to get to certain places
so you're
and where it
basing
came
everything
from.
on looking
Nope.
at light. That's what you're getting at, right?
Nope. Did you hear what I
That's
said, or do I
basically
need to
what
say
you
it again?
said. Yeah, that's basically what you said.
So
You're
what I
basing
said
everything on
is
just the light.
based on light speed and other mathematics and some tools. We can observe the distance of certain lights and the radiation, cosmic microwave background radiation, to dictate the age of said light and where it came from to reach us, and how long it took based on light speed and other mathematical formulas on how long it took it to reach us and where it came from. And we see that that came from a hot, dense state from 13.8 billion years ago. It's quite simple.
Okay, now answer me this. Okay, if we get closer to the sun, is it gonna get hotter or colder?
Hotter.
Well, why on top of mountains it's frozen?
Atmosphere, dude.
And why the further you go up on the plane, it gets cold. It starts to freeze.
Atmosphere.
It has to do with no. Well, so what it has to do is it's not necessarily that we're getting closer to the sun that makes it hotter. What we're experiencing when we're down on the Earth
CT,
is
I'm gonna let
the
Chase
heat and
explain this to
radiation
him.
from. Perfect.
Hi. I don't have time or patience to deal with you, but I will answer this question for you. So the heat that you feel in the earth comes from the ground. The sunlight hits the ground, and then that heat radiates back upwards. So the further you get from the ground, the
I
cooler
know
it
that.
gets.
Tell this weirdo.
I don't think you know much.
The sunlight's still hitting the top of a mountain, ain't it?
Yes, but much less so. There's a lot less surface area.
Oh, well, tell this weirdo, because he didn't get it at first. He thought it was.
I
It'll
mean, I
get
was
hotter
about
the
to
higher
explain
you
that.
go up.
Yeah, I think
No, that's
Kevin
not what he
Thinker was
said.
getting there.
Yeah, CT was just explaining that.
And also, like, there's a difference between getting closer to the sun in 10 feet and getting closer to the sun in 10 million miles. Like the ratio between the two, like the increase of heat towards the sun is so, by moving 10 feet closer to the sun, is so negligible that it is outshone, so to speak, by the 10 feet moving away from the radiation of the heat of the ground. Like, You're comparing 10
Do
feet
you
to
know
10
for a
million
fact
miles.
what is the sun and what is the moon?
Gas.
So yeah,
It's
like
gas.
here's the
Plasma.
here's the thing,
You're
Vite.
gas, bro. You're gas.
Vite, here's the thing. You believe that God created all of this, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Do you believe that God can lie?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so then if God cannot lie and God created all of this, why would all of his creation lie to us then?
What do you mean all creation lies? Scientists lie to you, not
No, because a believer of God is who came up with the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, we know that there was a Christian that made that up, but doesn't mean
Literally.
it's true, right? Yeah, but doesn't mean
So
it's true.
hold on.
No, what makes
Wait
it
a
true
minute.
is the evidence
So you're
backing
saying
it.
a Christian lied to you? You're saying a Christian lied to you?
There's Christians that also lie, yes.
Brother, it's
So
not the
how do
person,
I know
it's
you're
the
not
evidence.
lying? How do I know you're
Well,
not lying?
I mean, you take it for what it is. I mean, I mean that's up to you. If you want to believe a lie, it's up to you.
So you don't know how to tell lies from non-lies.
I mean, yeah, if he's going against what God says, obviously he's lying, right?
See, I have a way simpler explanation. I follow evidence.
I'm not going against what God says, because even the first Christians didn't read the Genesis account. Like Saint Augustine did not believe in a 7-day creation. Origen, from one of the early church fathers, also said that it is foolish to think that there was light without the sun. Like, the 7-day creation account was not something that was held as a literal 7-day, 24-hour creation account by the early Christians.
Yeah, we don't believe that. I mean, because if they saying in God's time, it could be thousands of years in God's time. We don't actually know.
Yeah. So why couldn't God have created through the Big Bang? Why couldn't God have created through evolution? Why couldn't science just be telling us how God decided to create? Science doesn't contradict God.
Yeah, but if you're saying a Big Bang, it's a random act. This is not a random act.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said at all. He was describing what the Big Bang is, and you said that he was being foolish for basing it all on light. He never claimed that the Big Bang was a random act.
Okay, you're saying that the Big Bang was God. Okay, thank you.
I'm saying that because I'm a believer. You need to convince Cody that. But what Cody is saying isn't that it was random. You're straw manning him and
that's why
trying
he's
to
saying
say,
there
"Oh
is
well,
no
science
God,"
lies to us." But
a Big Bang
no.
is just just two random particles colliding and creating everything. And the light is expanding from that Big Bang.
There were no particles at the time.
Yeah, that still works for Christianity. You never asked Cody why he doesn't believe in a God. He answered the question of what is the Big Bang, not why he doesn't believe in God. I've spoken with Cody before. The Big Bang has nothing to do with why he doesn't believe in a God.
Yeah, I couldn't give a fuck
So
less about
you
the
are
Big Bang.
just trying to. You're just throwing a script onto Cody and trying to get Cody to follow a script when that's not his belief, which is the definition of a straw man, which is the definition of acting dishonestly.
Oh, he ran.
Like, dude, what are you doing?
I can drop so you can go back to one friendly. I just
I appreciate you hopping in on that one. I was too ignorant to go in depth.
Yeah, well, they have this thing that they do where they want to demand to understand all of physics, but they don't want to actually work for it. So it's like, when they get down to it, it's like, well, then how did you derive the Big Bang? It's like, well, we did it using the Einstein field equation, general relativity. How do those work? Seriously? You think I'm going to sit here and teach you calculus, differential equations, differential geometry, tensors? Like, it took years for me to study this and understand it, spending all day, every day on it. Like, I can't just give it to you on a TikTok live.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is I don't know anything about anything. Demonstrate that God exists. Well, how did the sun, moon, and stars get created? I don't know. Demonstrate God did it.
Yeah, it was a stellar accretion disk. This is actually something that's really interesting. So when you have the dust that the core of it ends up becoming a star, whenever it ignites, the nuclear fusion creates such a big blowback that it compresses and blows out the dust from the inner planets, and that's why the inner planets are rocky and the outer ones are still gaseous. It's another one of the successful predictions of the stellar model.
Sounds pretty kinky to me.
Yeah, there's nothing like, a big bang and then after that a giant blowing.
God, I love science. Appreciate you, Chase. All right, next caller, whenever you are ready. If you've got more than 2 brain cells, I'd love to have a conversation about why you believe in your God. Got to be over the age of 18. I don't give a crap which God it is. We could talk about Hinduism. We could talk about pagans. We could talk about Norse, Greek, Christian. Doesn't matter to me. I gotta disconnect my phone from the computer. You guys are hearing all of my notifications.
Well, it's quite simple, if trivialism is true.
If trivialism is true, therefore.
Yeah.
There it is. Leave that guy. Cool. Now it's disconnected. You guys won't hear those notifications anymore. All right. James, next caller. I think we had James up yesterday. James, how's it going?
Well, hello there, sir. How you doing?
Oh, we had him up earlier. Just the same troll that keeps coming up.
I got unexpectedly heated on that. I don't know why.
Why should I even try? Your mind is made up and your heart is hardened. Well, my heart can't get hard. If it did, I'd be dead. I highly request that you request up and have a conversation about God being real. Your heart is hardened, which is why you don't accept facts. It's just because you have a hardened heart, bro. You just got to be open-minded and be open to facts.
True. I mean, if it helps anyone who's considering coming up, might be afraid that we have our mind up. I am strongly considering going back to a form of paganism. So, convince me not to be a heathen.
I'm already convinced of Catholicism, so.
Yep.
That's the biggest heathenry of them all.
The most annoying thing about flat earthers and conspiracy theorists, having been a conspiracy theorist, is they don't comprehend the idea of fact-checking evidence. Like, they genuinely think that all of the evidence is just made up, but they can't prove that. They just have it in their mind that everyone's out to get you. You're special, and we want to get you. Like, dude, if it's CGI, prove it.
What's funny is at the end there, he basically admitted that, no, the Big Bang Theory did happen. It was just how God did it. And he was trying to say that you were claiming that it was chaotic and random. And I'm like, no, those words never came out of your mouth.
I mean, chaos has order, so sure, I don't care. Like, if God did it, demonstrate God did it.
Yeah.
I have no problem with God doing any of these things. You just gotta demonstrate it.
The Big Bang
Chase in chat, I just collected my check from Big Glow for lying to another person about
science. Really, it's more like they don't care. Yeah. They're out to get me. Yeah.
Clearly the Big Bang was CGI.
Oh my god.
And I could be completely mistaken, but if I remember correctly, when Father George Latimer first came up with the Big Bang Theory, it was laughed out of the scientific community, and it wasn't until Einstein himself was convinced of it and helped, basically sponsored the theory and helped promote it, that it started gaining more traction within the scientific community. But when it first was presented, it was laughed at.
Frank, are you over the age of 18? Or Jack, whichever your name is?
Yes, sir. Let's turn to Proverbs.
All other elements.
Or does his voice sound like Burton Ernie?
I'm not even going to give him attention. I thought someone called it Big Bang in order to discredit it. Yes, it was titled Big Bang to discredit it. Yeah, by a later astronomer though. Patrick Starr about to cook you, Cody. Dude, literally. I admire their dedication. Oh yeah. It's like Dean Withers gets bathtub guests. I get Bert and Ernie.
I don't understand the bathtub guest thing either. It's so easy to disguise when you're in the bathtub.
Because it's funny, puss puss.
That's fair. Oh,
I dreaded to find out what my breed of troll will be.
Being a Christian.
Mine are Orthodox. Whenever I go live, it's always an Orthodox that I swear is trolling me.
You should look more into it. By the way, the aliquid Stoics were hard materialists that Flo was talking about. You should look more into it. Yeah, I definitely plan on looking more into it. I'm going to head to, at the end of the month, probably early next month, head to a bookstore and grab some Stoic books.
Well, fair. Leonard? I'm Leonard. Specifically referring to you, if we have a deep sense of perception, we should see that when we're scanning the brain, right? And it shouldn't be that complicated to find it because we can see all other forms of perception on brain scans. So it should be pretty easy to prove, honestly.
Oh, YouTube call is open. If you guys go on ahead and click that link that is in the chat on YouTube, you can request in to call. You'll only be able to chat with me and not the other co-hosts. But if you're on TikTok and click those two little people at the bottom or one of the invite/request boxes, you can come up and have a chat about your God. Radio interview. Just people heard it and were like, that's kind of melodic. Let's call it that. Science cannot explain. Big Bang was like a short sleep. Science cannot explain the invisible power of spirits. And, well, you gotta demonstrate that they exist. And spirits are made up when we... I mean, I think that it was reasonable to believe in spirits before we had the understanding we do now because the intuition made it make sense. But now we're able to fact-check our own senses. And by fact-checking our own senses, we can see the explanations for these intuitions and whatnot and natural brain chemistry and biological means, and it has nothing to do with a spirit. And a spirit has never, ever, ever, ever been observed, ever.
I mean, I've observed a spirit.
I'm gonna blow your spirit.
Oh, man.
Don't tell me it was a good time.
I got a whole cabinet for spirits.
No gods, no magic, just process. Yep, quite wittily. An ongoing process, probably cyclic and forever ongoing. Yeah, I definitely think I hold to cyclic. It makes the most plausible sense.
Wittily is the best. All right. I got you. Let's see. I'll invite this person up.
Petition to have Cody do a live entirely in baby talk. That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot. Like a lot.
For the sake of my eardrums and sanity, please don't.
Maybe instead we petition to have a live where Cody does the entire live talking like a early 2000s Redditor.
I don't even know how I would do that.
I mean,
degradation?
Basically.
Particles, mass inflation, degradation until point over inflation. Particles have a degradation kink? That's crazy. Planet Peterson did a stream yesterday as a right-wing trucker. I fucking love that. Dude, I love Planet Peterson. I love him. He's possibly one of my favorite streamers.
to those down in the comments. Our shares are a little low. Let's do some where you click that share button, share it, copy link, and add to your story. That counts as 3 shares. If we can do that, even if you don't send a link to anyone, it'll boost the algorithm, get Cody out there a little bit more. Of course, you guys know, tap that screen, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin, and it helps out tremendously.
As well as we are streaming 10 a.m. Central, Wednesday through Sundays. So don't forget to come back every day and say hi to Freya.
She's gotten so big.
She is. She's a fat ass now. I spoil the fuck out of her.
My cat can't
And
keep on.
Your viewership count went up by 2 points when the cat came on screen.
Literally. All right.
You forget it's the internet. We love cats.
That's true.
She looks so pissed.
There's 28 of us in there, but I only see 4 shares. I'm not trying to be pushy about this, but the more shares we can get, the more we get out to that
I'm gonna be
algorithm,
pushy.
the better chance.
Share the goddamn fucking stream and tap the like button.
That's fair.
Yeah, I hope that we can
Here's an idea.
the conversations.
If we get this 20 shares, I will get out my tarot cards.
If we get to 50 shares, he will whip out his what?
You assume it's not. You assume it can be contained.
Proof or it's not true.
Oh, that's fair. You got me there.
I need that empirical data, bro.
Doing a DoorDash early this morning. Had to pick up a bunch of stuff from Target for this order, and I'm checking out the DoorDash card to pay for it, so that way I don't have to pay for it. Wasn't working for some reason. Called support, they couldn't get it to work, and they said, if you pay for it, we'll reimburse you for it. The total was $240. I'm like, screw
Fuck
that.
that.
I'm not gonna deal the risk of y'all messing up corporate red tape, and I'm out $240.
Fuck that. I dropped PP over a year ago over some questionable things he said in an after show I was hosting. Yeah, I've heard that quite often. Everyone says questionable shit sometimes. I don't hold people against it. We're human beings on the internet. There's a few fake movie trailers at the beginning. One of them I posted in the Discord. It's basically a U and CT fan flick. That's funny. What in the fuck are you doing, Freya? You're knocking shit over.
Actually, I don't know what it is. Someone else did like a manga Dragon Ball Z style comic of me and Ian battling and using names of arguments for for names of the attacks. It was dope.
That's pretty cool. I only ever get people like
the fame got to Freya's head. Requesting on YouTube. All right, we do have a caller up on YouTube. By the name of Jesus Christ, tells me troll, but fuck it. All right, what is up, Jesus?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You over the age of 18?
Yes, I can. You over the age of 18? Yes.
Do you have headphones you can put in?
Hello, sir.
I love it.
It's fucked up.
You know you truly made it when you get a bathtub call.
Oh, that's amazing. Someone clip that, please.
I'm gonna try inviting up TTT. T, lots of T's. Maybe they're a private account. I can't invite them up.
Jason, you should request up, and TT, you should request up.
Yeah. So TT, I don't think we're gonna address your points. I think we're gonna request you to come on up, and we'll address them up here. You too, Jason. It may take a second to get through both of you, but it will be helpful if we can all talk.
Here, we'll get Dylan up first, real quick. Dylan, what is up?
What's happening, man? You all good?
Doing all right, man. You're over the age of 18, right?
Yep.
All right, and which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ, man.
Hell yeah, border. All right, why should we? What evidence do you have for him?
There's not inherently, like, yes, there can be, we can speak on, like, the historical evidence, and, like, inherently, I'm not going to turn around and tell you that, oh, you have to believe in this, you have to believe in that. Like, I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ. I don't inherently believe the Bible is right or wrong. There's definitely a lot of contradictory things in the Bible, so that's the reason I just follow and believe in Jesus Christ. There's a lot of, there's nothing concrete that you can historically say, okay, this proves it. Obviously, I have personal anecdotes and stuff that obviously can be subjective, and people can be like, oh yeah, you just said that for the fact of it is, but I've had personal experiences make me choose to believe in God. I don't inherently say that people can't. Like, fair enough, I'm not going to turn around and say to you, okay, you're wrong because you're an atheist. You're allowed to believe in whatever you believe in. If you believe there is no God, fair enough.
Then why did you request up? Because it says there's no evidence for God, with the implication of us to debate whether he does or does not exist. If you have absolutely no intention, even though you should because of 1 Peter 3:15, then you should be debating me on evidence for God. If not, then fuck off. Like, that's just a waste of time. Okay, he fucked off. Guys, there's no fucking point in requesting up if you don't want to fucking talk about it. That's stupid.
Should I drop? Because I might be confusing people thinking that, oh, this is just a friendly yap session between believers and non-believers.
If they're incapable of the brain power of figuring out that we're here to debate, that's them, not you. That is crazy.
Maybe instead of asking them what they want to talk about, ask them what they're specifically asking to debate. I know, like, they need brain power first, but like that might push a few of the ones out.
I mean, I
Or
simply
pull an over,
asked.
and what is the best argument or evidence for the existence of God?
I asked him what evidence he has and why I should believe in God.
His answer was, "I have none," and
Yeah.
then he rambled.
And then he rambled about why he doesn't need to change my mind. Like, okay, cool. Have a nice day. Like, what the fuck?
But TT, I would love for you to come up. I would love to discuss this with you. The host, I'm sure, would love to have a discussion about this because it's an important question. Like you did, I like, some people may think your question is silly, but like I think your question is good. Specifically, how suffering can have a meaning in an atheistic worldview. I think that's something we could discuss.
In the meantime, we got Dawood. Dawood, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Wonderful. And how old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Oh, right. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the sole creator God.
Okay. And what is your best evidence or argument for this God?
Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about is the evidence, because I think it's a bit limiting. So, in my worldview, you've got a headset on, and I've got a headset on, and we're looking at this dreamlike world that we live in, where we can measure things, we can share words to describe the things we see. We can it seems to be consistent. We can move around in it. We can predict things, but ultimately, we don't know if it's just a dream world.
I do.
So, how do you know it's? I mean, you can't tell. So
yeah,
all we know is that. How can you tell it's not a dream world?
You can measure brain states. That of sleeping versus non. That of dreaming versus non.
Okay. But when you're looking at the brain, you're looking at it through the same headset that you look at the trees and the cars.
Brother, there
Just
is
because
no
you've got a
evidence to justify a dream world. Why in the fuck would I believe that unicorns exist if there's no evidence of them?
Well,
That's
the
stupid.
evidence is that you can name them.
Because I can make them up in my imagination.
There's no. I mean, you know that we share the same.
You know what a habergul is?
Hey, sorry.
A habergul. It's a fictional mythological creature.
Okay.
Yeah, I just fucking made it up. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for it.
But you know from science that your imagination uses exactly the same neural paths.
MRI machines. Next argument.
As your sensory does.
MRI machines. Next argument.
But
You would need
what's
to
an
prove
MRI machine?
it's a way to measure brain states. We can tell if someone is asleep and dreaming or not. Next argument.
So I'm just wondering.
Hang on. Your brain states and the measurement of your brain states are in the dream world just like everything else.
Let me ask you something. Do you have any evidence that I am dreaming right now?
Yeah, there's some real weird things that happen.
Name one.
So you can't tell me when the present is.
Right now. There you go. Just fucking debunk the shit out of that. Let me ask you again. Do you have any evidence that I'm in a dream world?
So
it just passed.
That's called B theory of time, dumbass. Do you have any evidence that I'm in a dream state right now?
I know what the B theory is time.
Obviously fucking not. Do you have any evidence that I'm in a dream state right now? Yes or no?
What do you want as evidence?
That's a fucking question for you because you're the one making the fucking claim. Do you know what a burden of proof is?
Well, maybe we try falsifying it, right? So anything that's worth considering is worth falsifying. So, what would be the falsification statement that demonstrates that would prove if we were not in a dream world? It would be something that would be testable and demonstratable to be a false statement. So, what is the falsifiability of the dream world hypothesis?
Well, it wouldn't. So to consider.
So, are you saying it's unfalsifiable?
Because the falsifiable is using logic, and logic is part of that dream world rules.
You don't even have a logically sound argument for us being in a dream, dude. Move on.
I do not believe that logic is our natural
I don't give a
disposition.
fuck what you believe. I care about the facts and evidence you can provide, which you're failing miserably to do. Move on to the next argument to do with God.
So all right. Let's try this. Let's try this because you're failing pretty hard. Like you're demonstrating yourself to be a bit of a moron. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this. You absolutely are. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this moment and we're going to say that for going forward in the conversation, we are going to accept the laws of logic because they seem to be the only way to have a proper conversation as groundings for the conversation going forward. And what we're also going to do is unfalsifiable statements we're going to throw out. They're useless statements. And so now, what would be the argument under these parameters that demonstrate your God?
Well, these parameters, I don't agree with these parameters.
Then fucking prove it wrong by providing evidence, which is the first fucking thing I asked you to do when you started talking about dreams.
We have a couple of things. So first of all, I did mention time, but you kind of dismissed it, even though it's very sound realization.
No, it's not.
Second thing, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Like so if it's sound, you should be able to put it in a syllogism which we could easily understand.
Sure.
What is the syllogism that you'll be using?
Okay, so the past, right? You have a memory of it now.
Is this your P1?
Yeah, the P. Well, okay, yeah, I'm not a logician, but yeah, P1 is that the past is experienced now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your P2?
Which you agree? Yeah, it's your memory
I
now.
disagree with that. I think that's an ignorant statement. What's your P2?
Okay, P2 is your future, is your expectations now.
No.
Okay, I don't grant that either. I think that's another idiotic statement. And do you have a P3 or do you have a conclusion?
And then the conclusion is if everything's experienced now, is that now within 5 minutes? Is it half a minute? Is it 30 seconds?
The future is in the future. The past is the past. Do you not know what words mean?
So
yes,
I just want to point out that your premises do not lead to your conclusion. Your argument is neither sound nor justified.
Let's work
It's
through.
inherently ignorant.
No, Dawood,
Let's
let's
work
move
through
on to an
this.
actual argument. You haven't provided anything having to do with a god at all. This is boring. You brought up a hypothetical that you have zero justification for.
I have, and the fact that you don't recognize that you have your whole experience at the past.
I can easily say the exact same fucking words back to you right now. The fact that you're incapable of providing this is stupid. Stop with bullshit semantics and stop with bullshit hypotheticals. Bring me demonstrable data demonstrating your god.
I'm gone. Right, see you later, bye.
Go open a non-fiction book for once in your life. Jesus fuck.
The average IQ in the room has raised by a fuck ton. Like I'm not going to lie. If this room was graded on a curve, holy fuck.
That was fucking tough. Well, you can't prove that I'm not here, so therefore it is 12. Like, no, dumbass. That's not how the fucking burden of proof works.
Yeah, I think SXV explained it perfectly. It's a claim, and a conclusion.
TT's too much of a pussy to request up. TT, I'm gonna meet you for 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Request up. I'm just doing that one for shits and giggles and to be a bit of an asshole.
Oh, Chris, absolutely. We would love to have that conversation. I'm going to invite you up, and I think the host would love to have that conversation with you. I don't think we are going to agree that it's a miracle, but we'll find out.
What's up, Chris?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
All right. And you believe in the Christian God?
Not necessarily. I'm just sympathetic to the worldview, to the theistic worldview. So
which God do you believe
I think
in?
they have. Like, I wouldn't say I believe in. I would just say I'm sympathetic to the theist argument. Like,
I asked you which God you believe in. I don't give a fuck what you're sympathetic about. Do you believe in a God? Yes or no? It's simple.
Okay, let me just write that along. Yeah, I believe in a God.
Okay,
yeah.
which God do you believe in?
To be the Christian God.
Okay, thank you. What evidence do you have for God?
We have also, again, what do you mean by evidence? I think that's where we're gonna start.
You don't know what the definition of evidence is?
Yeah, evidence is just a fact that make a hypothesis true.
Then provide me the fucking evidence for God. Don't play stupid word games. Don't ask me what a word means if you already know what it means.
Yeah, because I listened to what you said. You're asking for like empirical evidence, but that's not what.
When in this conversation have I said the word empirical?
Because you're asking for demonstrable data. What? So I think
demonstrable doesn't mean empirical, dumbnut.
Yeah, it does not mean, but the way you're making use of it, because anyone that actually
Chris,
says
do you have evidence for God? Yes or no?
Just think it now, man. Yeah, there's evidence for God. Like I said,
okay, provide the evidence for God.
For example, okay, where they where do I even start from? Number one, first of all, before I provide evidence for God, I just want to say that even if there's no evidence for God, belief in God, belief is rational. But to provide evidence, I'll just start with they have various arguments, like for example the contingency argument, the fine tuning, and all that. So I'm not actually
explain
here
the
to
contingency
give you...
argument.
Let's go premise by premise. What is premise one of the contingency argument you'll be using? There's a couple of them.
Yeah, okay, I want to clarify something. I'm not here to debate. I just think the claim is...
It says there's no evidence for
ridiculous.
God. If you disagree, that's an argument. That's a debate. Now, what is the contingency argument, and how does this point to a God existing?
Okay, wait. Fireball, I think maybe you're more like reasonable. But would you agree with me that not accepting a conclusion does not mean that it's not evidence for a hypothesis?
Chris, yeah? This is my house. Provide the fucking evidence.
Wait, the problem is that I don't want to cast my my prayers
Provide the evidence.
If you say cast your pearls before swine, I'm going to call you a moron because that's absolutely the dumbest thing you could say. It literally says in your book that you're supposed to provide a reason for your beliefs. Like, if you are so ignorant that you cannot provide an argument, then this isn't the place for you. You shouldn't have even started scrolling lives like this. So let's unmute. I'm going to invite you to unmute, and let's provide our evidence. So you're aware, in case you've never been muted on a live before, the unmute is like a little robot hand at the bottom. Looks like it's kind of holding a hot dog. Your hot dog will have an X through it, or a cross through it.
All right, Chris is incapable of having a conversation or using his phone, so we will wait for the next one.
I'm trying to take on a position where I'm like a co-host and I kind of rein it in when you when you get angry. I'm trying to help.
That was just ridiculous.
I agree.
Oh, not a single decent caller yet today. Is this all that God has? Really shitty idiot people? Does he not have anyone that understands what evidence is? He doesn't have anyone that understands definitions of words. He doesn't have anyone that wants to provide evidence, even though 1 Peter 3:15 says that you guys should be providing explanations. Yeah, every
Hey.
single one of his warriors has never read the fucking Bible before.
Hey.
Other than CT.
I actually think Ruben might be just as foolish, but your question isn't a bad one. Is God grounded in physical reality? I'm going to invite you up, and maybe we can have a discussion about that.
That's fair.
It isn't a bad question. I don't think it's a complete question, though. I think that's the problem. I think the complete question would be, is it possible to exist without being grounded in physical reality?
SX, I've got 2 friendlies up already. I want to have as little friendlies up as possible, so you're not going to come up unless it's like some Phil bro that I just don't want to deal with. Which we haven't had any Phil bros yet today, so I highly doubt that.
I'm leaving it in your honor, SX. I'm asking them for their premises.
Speaking of, I haven't seen KG around a lot. Have they been as active recently?
Well, it's really hard to keep coming around when you've been roasted so many times you're incapable of moving anymore.
I'll call them a burger for you.
Call them. They're less on TikTok? Valid. They're just over on Discord and Reddit now.
I had a bit of a heart attack. I reopened and started engaging a little bit more in a Catholic Discord server I'm in, and there was a user in there. I don't think he had any affiliation, but his username was just KG, and I nearly had a panic attack. But
that is awesome.
Seemed chill from what I saw. But it was just like, if only you knew the association with those 2 letters.
Right. That would be really dope to have like I mean, I guess the Masons have already kind of done it. A cult. We could always start a cult. A cult, not a cult.
I mean, I'm down for starting a cult. I'm always down.
Depending on who you ask, I'm already in one.
Oh, that's awesome. And a cult. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I kind of accidentally have a cult going. I don't know if you would call it a cult, though. the people I live around, I convinced everyone this summer to plant gardens that in their front yard. That way we can have when the kids are out playing, they can get snacks and stuff from gardens instead of getting sugary snacks.
That's a really good
I
thing.
feel like that's cult-like.
The bite model. What's the bite model?
Oh, bite model? I actually am very familiar with the bite model. The bite model, so it's behavior control, information control. Damn it! I just said I was familiar with it.
Testicular control.
Yeah, testicular control. I know the last one's emotional control, but it's a model that was put forward in order to test organizations to see if they are cult-like, or if they are a cult. For instance, the Mormon Church utterly failed at thought control. There you go. I see. So it's behavioral, information, thought, and emotional. If you haven't read on it, I would strongly suggest it. It's a great model.
Testicular control. Yeah. I thought that was pretty good. Should get Jesus and whatnot in here.
Just gotta make a spell jar where you're casting testicular torsion on someone.
Hell yeah.
I personally vote for Russell. Apparently he came back.
Yeah, I've had a few chats with him.
Right. Ruben, it's gonna become best if you come up to have a conversation about this. Mostly because like your replies are 30 minutes apart. So maybe come up and we can talk about grounding.
Do you all know the YouTube channel Mega Bloodbath?
Mm-hmm.
He just invited me for a debate on his channel.
Hell yeah. It's a great idea. Yeah, Nobody on Fire goes on there quite often.
I'll be running the contingency argument. What was funny is he presented me with a list of arguments or topics, I should say, and I'm like, no, I agree with all of these. Like some of it was like, can atheists be moral? Yes.
Yeah. What's up, Phoenix?
Oh, I didn't mean to request up. I'm a friendly.
Oh, you're all good. I'll let you back down. Appreciate you, though.
Sorry, boss.
You are all good. W's for Phoenix for being chill and having a sexy voice. Is Dalton live right now? Blitz is live. Okay. CBJ's live as well. Reset. Yeah, it might be a good idea to reset real quick. We'll go on ahead and do a reset on TikTok. Reset that real quick.
And I'll let someone else.
Oh, cut him off mid. My apologies, CT. Love you. There we go. TikTok is back in reset. The testes are stored in the balls. Your pal who is using wireless communication demands a miracle. SX really wants to be up here, so. What's up, dude? You made it first. I suppose I can have you both up. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Oh, I didn't hear that you only wanted one. I saw grippers. SXP showed grippers.
I like CBJ, but I always have trouble with the audio. Really? I've never had trouble with his audio. Blitz is live though, and Bar. Who's Bar?
Oh, look at the ripper.
Is that a bunch of beer right there?
That is fermented something. All right.
Yup. Oh, I haven't heard of that guy. I'll need to look him up.
Actually,
what in the hell are you making? Wait a damn minute. Show your face again? I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared. Yeah, bullshit. Oh, come on.
Yeah, what's up, low tier? So I'm here to get my argument for God. I'm going to present it in a productive format. So may I present my argument?
Yeah.
only if you're in a bathtub.
I'm not in the bath right now.
You can present.
So yeah, Faye, just go take care of your kids. But yeah, the first premise is...
Unlucky. Get in the bathtub real quick, buddy. Wait, don't speak. We said you're not allowed. Thou shalt not speak until thou is not in the bathtub. Real quick, hop in the bathtub.
Wait, that'll actually get us TOS kicked.
Yeah, I'm going to report you, XXV. I'm going to do it right now.
All right, Wubby, what's the argument, bro?
Report me.
Wubby, you are an atheist LARPing as a theist, right?
No, I'm not an atheist, sir.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, what BKG? Stop LARPing. Before KG Reformed was a server, you were an atheist. Shut your bitch ass up.
That's not true. I've always been a theist.
Excuse me, sir, that's a lie.
Well, I don't trust anything KG says anyways, but go for it, Wubby. We're listening.
Specifically, I'm a panentheist, sir, so I'm going to present deductive evidence that establishes the truth of the proposition that God exists. So yeah, premise one is just going to be if no necessary being is possible.
Wait, excuse me, what's your theory of truth?
Excuse me, I'm not talking to you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
What's your theory of truth?
I hold to a specific...
I'm just going to brutally mic mock you. What's your theory of truth?
I'm answering your question, sir. So yeah, I hold to a disquotational theory of truth. It's a deflation.
Disquotational theory?
I mean, I want to hear his argument. I don't know any of
Wait,
this. I'll
just
look
to
it
be
up
clear,
as we
what's
go.
the distinction between inflationary and deflationary accounts of truth? SXV.
Excuse me,
Not
sir.
a damn
I asked
clue.
you a question.
Holy shit, he doesn't even know this basic distinction. He's asked
No,
about my
I said I
views.
don't know. I said I don't know. Not.
Excuse
No,
me,
he
sir.
also said
I
he
asked you a
doesn't
question
know.
before
But just
you
to be
asked me.
clear, notice how
Wait, do
you
you
can't
always
answer
answer
my
questions with
question. That's going to
questions,
be a
sir?
blunder. You're face down, ass
Excuse
up.
me, sir. Do you always answer questions with questions,
SXV,
sir?
I just
Excuse me.
spread your cheeks
Excuse me.
wide open, and I
Excuse
just
me.
gave you
You're currently
rhetorical
failing the
backtracks.
burden
You
of
look really bad
rejoinder.
right
That's
now.
going to be an immediate concession.
Yeah,
in
that's not going to
5,
be an absolute
4,
blunder on your end. So you
3,
look really bad.
2,
Holy fucking
1.
shit! I just
Okay,
blew your back out.
that's an
I
immediate
just skull
concession.
fucked you. I just skull fucked you. Look at you. You look so bad.
You
Nice
skull
to
fucked
meet you.
me? What's good?
So anyway, host, can you respond to my
Whoa.
argument? I'm gonna
I
stop
kinda like that.
responding to this side
Yeah,
character. by the
I
way.
want to hear the argument.
SXV is a pedophile, by the way. He asked a minor for nudes. so I
Dude,
think
What the
the evidence
fuck?
says it.
What are
Okay.
you doing?
Wubby,
Yeah.
we're not doing fucking bullshit allegations like that, dude. What the fuck is actually fucking wrong with you? Don't ever fucking come back. You are never allowed to come back again. That's fucking horrible. Fuck you.
No, he can come back. No, I don't care about allegations. It's okay.
It's fucking disgusting.
It's okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Even given the fact that you don't care, I think that is that there are some boundaries you don't push.
Yeah, we're not fucking crossing that bullshit boundary. What's up,
How can you be a
Metallic?
I love one.
Look, his argument is always the same as a pantheist. I don't remember how it goes, but it's just like a
a necessary truth condition argument, which is why I asked for his theory of truth. It would have been better to argue about his theory of truth semantically than about the argument itself, because his argument is trivially true in accordance to his truth theory, but his truth theory has an
it's a
inflationary
gotcha.
view. Yeah, it's a gotcha. Right.
Gotcha. That's all they're known for. Cheap
Which
gotchas.
he knows me, by the way, and I've beat him in a debate before, and it's kind of crazy how he called me, you know.
Yeah, that's
so
fucking disgusting. I don't allow drama.
I how do I say this? I don't give a shit. Like
I know. I don't do drama. I don't fucking do drama at all.
I mean, I was genuinely gonna blow up a little bit about him mentioning my kids. Like my rule of thumb is
did
always
he?
like
I didn't hear that.
He said go ahead and go take care of your
yeah,
kids.
he said go look after your kids or some shit.
Yeah. As if that's not exactly what I'm doing.
Drama's just fucking stupid.
Excuse me. There are 10 other people in this live. Everyone tap your screen and share the live. Or you'll end up like the last guy.
Like the live, or we're gonna consider you part of KG. It's about time to do my nails. I really want to do the matte black with some gloss black designs really bad. I think I'm gonna do like
Why is it always black? Can you not do French tips?
No, I can't. So like this time I did, they're coming off already, but this time on this hand I did cat eyes on blue and purple with some gold dots, and then on this one I did gold dots and gold cat eye, not gold dots, gold cat eye with purple and blue dots. But I've been seeing so many matte black and black gloss finishes that just look so fucking good that I want to give it a shot. How can an explosion? Well, there wasn't an explosion. I don't do drama. You're correct. I don't do drama. It's fucking silly, okay?
Monkey. Mugawari. Pretty sure that means monkey, right?
I have no clue.
Luffy is referred to as Mugawari Duarapai, or something like that. I can't say the name. Mugawari isn't his name though. I'm just gonna call you Monkey. Monkey. That's not how it went. But you can definitely come up, bud.
Yeah,
I will even.
I love talking
I have to
cosmology.
do something in my settings.
Oh, you're good, bro. We'll get you back up.
Invite him up because he's private.
Yeah, Mugi, that's probably one of my favorite things to talk about is cosmology. So, cosmology and the quantum mechanics are my favorite topics. So, if you want to crest up and talk about the Big Bang, I'm more than happy to have that conversation. I love those ones.
It's hard to tell if he's talking about the Big Bang or abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis is fun too.
Diapers.
God, this came off so simply. I am in need of fixing my nails. I might have to do my nails here on stream, not gonna lie. It's so fun peeling my nails. It's like peeling a scab, except for it's not dangerous. SX, you're back.
Rascally, we take the basic definition of evidence. However, the thing is that evidence has to be weighed to be verified. And the thing is, you cannot begin proposing evidence for a proposition unless you can falsify that proposition. SX might absolutely destroy me on that, but I would argue.
Yo, I look chopped as fuck. I look like I have so much fanboy potential.
You do have fanboy potential. What is up, Michelle?
Welcome.
Not much. What are we talking about?
Anything and everything. You're over the age of 18?
Fanboy.
Yeah, I'm 25.
All right. And which god do you believe in?
None. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That was my cat. None.
Matt
I'm an
is
atheist.
difficult to do, and Cat Eye is a bitch. I've been fucking with Cat Eye a lot lately, but I am going to swap over and do some matte blacks and matte
likes
greens.
to paint his nails.
Okay. Do we believe in God in this chat room?
Sorta, kinda. Like you squint a little bit.
Excuse me, Fayborn.
Exactly. You should.
The only god I believe in is Ravis here.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah.
What's the argument against God?
I get on my knees
There
and
is
worship him daily.
exactly no evidence, so why should I believe in it?
What is up,
Absence
Ezza?
of evidence is evidence of absence.
Shut the fuck up,
Hello,
Essex.
how are you?
Ezza, you over the age of 18?
I am. I'm 18 actually. I'm 19
Wonderful.
at the end of the year.
Which god do you believe in?
Which god do I believe in? I'm not particularly sure. I just I don't think there's a what's the word now? What's the word?
Atheist?
No, I'm not atheist. What I mean is evidence. There's not. It's a word for solid. I haven't said it in so long. Substantial.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's. I don't think there's some solid evidence
You're
to
a
prove
realist
God.
like me.
I'm agnostic in the sense of I'm
Yeah.
open to theism. I'm definitely open to it and the idea of it.
Yeah, so
but
you're agnostic.
yeah, there you go. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I can debunk
should have been a
the
Christian.
Abrahamic god right off the bat if you wish.
Oh, I mean, I could sit here all day and debunk the Abrahamic gods. I don't agree with Islam, Christianity. I respect people's right to believe. I don't understand how people
do
can
not.
believe in a big guy in the sky, but
I'll be
I don't.
honest.
Yeah, go on.
With you, Cody. So there's this absolute like demon in the politics server, and he's in the Christian Catholic kind of chat. And I went up and talked to him about the atemporal, like Aristotelian definition of cause and effect relations, like our typical argument. Safely to say, I had a good argument, and then I got fucked real bad. Let me explain why. I don't know if CT necessarily, maybe he's probably not as smart as him, but he had an account. So if you're going to do an internal critique of this god, which I am essentially, I'm going to need to accept any rebuttal to their fundamental worldview. They can just reject the definitions that I ascribe. So,
Can I ask the host something as well?
Yeah.
So, by the way, the YouTube comment, yes, I am from North England. Don't know how you got that right, but hello. But yeah, so the thing I wanted to ask, like, because I said, like, I do respect people's right to believe in what's it called, in regards to, like, theism and things like that. Look, if you believe in that, you believe in that. There are some people that believe in a flying spaghetti monster, right? So, quite frankly, you believe in what you believe. But, what I would ask you then is, you said, oh, well, I don't, or maybe you were responding to someone else. Do you think that we'd be maybe better off without Christianity and Islam and like Judaism? Do you think we'd be better off without these Abrahamic religions?
Just factually, yeah, we are. Secular societies are way far ahead in education and health, just period, across the board, everywhere. China's completely atheist society now, and they're more advanced in technology, health, everything, education. Like,
yeah,
religious societies fucking struggle. The indoctrination is what I fucking hate. And in order to have a religion, you have to have indoctrination. Therefore, I hate religion as well.
Yeah.
America still has fucking coal trains, right, that run as public services, while public transportation in China is fucking maglevs that go 800 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, we're behind. We're stupid. I am so tempted to move to China. What is up, Star?
What y'all talking about? If guy real? Yeah, guy real.
You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Which God do you
30.
believe in?
I'm 30.
Okay. Which God do you
God,
believe in?
I just asked
what
you.
God I believe in? What you mean what God? There's only
Yeah,
one
which
God.
Oh, let's talk about Vishnu. Why should I believe that Vishnu is real?
What?
You said you believe in the one God. A lot believe that Vishnu is the one God. So why should I believe Vishnu is real?
Nah, we go kill you and we go take our world back. Just straight like that.
That's boring. Which God do you believe in?
That has nothing to do with your God.
We go kill you and we go take our world back.
Okay,
I'm
big
gonna
boy.
fuck your mom,
We
and
go
what are you gonna do about
we
it?
go kill you.
Let's not get into the
bitch.
rhetoric.
We go
So,
kill you and we go take our world
why
back.
should I believe in
You
your
30,
God?
by the way.
You
30,
pussy
by the way.
stalking
so
bitch.
currently, you don't have any domination here. I'm just gonna muzzle you like a good little
You
bitch.
stalk me all
Could you
day,
prove
you
to us real
pussy
quick?
bitch.
Shut your bitch ass up, homeboy. Could you prove to us
Pussy.
that
You
your
pussy.
God exists?
You pussy.
Yo, I'm not a pussy, bro. Your mom has one, okay? I'm a heterosexual male. I have a
Drop your
penis.
address,
Whether it be
bitch.
small or big, we don't judge about sizes here.
Drop
We
your
don't care
pussy.
about sizes
Look,
here.
white people.
This is a place to prove your God
See
or
how they play
disprove.
semantics?
Now, if you're not gonna engage with the topic, I'm just gonna drop you down where
Man,
you belong with
man.
the fucking baboons, right? Clearly, you need a pacemaker for this conversation, and now you're muzzled even though you're not on mute. Do you have an argument for God? Yes or no?
Man, you go die and we're gonna take our world back.
Okay, if I die, you're gonna
am
join
gonna
me
die.
as well in hell. I'll see you there, buddy.
30, by the way. 30.
That's what
He
indoctrination
sounds
leads
like
to.
he has a room temperature IQ. Yo, thank you, Rascally.
Oh, Sean, what is up?
W Chase.
How's it going, Sean?
Hey, good. How's it doing?
Going good, man. Been a little bit slow. We had a reset, but Blitz is taking all my views.
I can't lie. Watching Blitz lives gets like a little bit repetitive. Gets a little bit boring after watching like one debate.
So do mine. That's just debate for you.
That's why rhetoric is so fun, because rhetoric encapsulates people to continue watching. It's just something that gives that dopamine release.
It does give some.
If
some
people want to learn, and then you add something funny in there, they're more likely to remember this. That's one
Blitz
thing
has
I
been
learned.
cooking the same guy for over an hour. Oh man, that sucks. Say hi to Sean for us. YouTube is saying hi, Sean. They love you.
Oh, hey, YouTube. As if there's a person named YouTube. People on YouTube.
You guys have 30 views on average. So each and every single one of you better love me, Cody, Faborn, and Sean equally.
We're going. I'm live with John today at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome to come. Obviously, come on, come all. And also, if you have shit to say on the show yourself, every other Friday, I think it'll be next Friday, we have friendly night where it's just after hours. Everyone calls in, talk about whatever you want. You can talk about D&D, theology, whatever. But friendlies are welcome.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Hell yeah.
W.
Do you ever debate flat earthers? Not really. I don't really see a point.
Can't.
Yo, do you think I should start streaming? I've been thinking about it. But every time I go live, for some reason, my life just gets taken down for me even saying fuck.
Yeah, I've used enough language that I no longer get report. I used to get reported every time I cursed, but I just kept doing it, and TikTok was like, fine, fuck it.
So is that the key?
That's pretty much it. Like, I used to get reported like 7 times per stream, and now I don't get reported at all.
Yeah, man. Yo, Cody, on a scale of 1 through 10, how much of a Phil bro do you consider me?
10.
Yo, fuck you.
Bet when we're how hard.
This is actually a character, because I find it so funny. Phil bros are just so funny. How do you sit there and genuinely just... Yeah, what's going to be the argument for this? Okay, I'm just going to take it to be the... Why do you speak like that?
Well, aren't they all like just under 18 or just 18 in like their first semester of philosophy?
They don't even study
KG.
philosophy in real life.
I thought KG
in KG
was a bunch of
everyone
students.
is under 18 except like a couple people. By the way, the group, like, I don't know how to put this nicely. There's this girl named Chloe in KG, and how do I put this? She was like groomed by multiple members, if you know what I mean. Like, they would hop on call and she would turn her camera on, and then they had to delete the server because this was like breaking out, and now they're very selective about their members.
Well, I've got a caller over on YouTube. He will not be able to hear you guys, but what is up, Gabe? You are live.
You got me?
I do got you. You over the age of 18, Gabe?
Ooh. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Thank you for your patience, by the way. And which God do you believe in?
God of the Bible.
All right, man. What you got for me today? Why should I believe in him?
It starts off with Genesis 1:1, right? And then we build off from there. What does it say? God created the heavens and the earth.
And then what's Genesis 1:14?
We're about to talk about the suns and the stars.
Yeah, so what was first in Genesis 1:1?
So you interrupted me? Did you interrupt me?
Yeah,
Hello?
you were bringing up a contradiction.
No. I
Yeah,
haven't even said a contradiction yet.
Genesis 1:1 is the first thing you said, right?
Yeah.
Genesis 1:14. Right?
I said about the suns and stars.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, best evidence for God is that he says what he says in Genesis 1. And today we get to look at, under microscopes, we can't definitively say that life started by itself.
Yeah, we can.
We obviously we can't.
Yeah, we can.
What's your evidence for that?
Abiogenesis. Miller-Urey.
That doesn't really do anything. That is not a complete experiment.
The genuine experiment is the complete version.
Do more research on that one.
Just so you're aware.
Here, let me give you.
He can't hear you. He can't hear you.
I don't want you
it's
to
okay.
read
I'll teach you.
what somebody. You're gonna read what somebody wrote.
No, it's okay. I'll teach you.
No, you're gonna read what somebody.
No, it's okay. I'll
Nobody
teach
can
you.
hear us either.
No, I can hear you guys.
It's gonna waste time.
No, it's okay. I'll teach you. So first and foremost, we have the Miller-Urey experiment, and then we have more after that. So the Miller-Urey, do you know what it did? Do you know how it worked?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know that we objectively got, and
It's
due
already
to this
flawed.
day...
It was already flawed. People have already debunked.
Did you just
that one and
interrupt
say
me?
Yeah, I did.
Here, let me shut you the
Because
fuck up like a good little bitch you are. So the first thing that they did is they were able to get inorganic matter into organic matter through natural means by setting up a liquid water flask for the lower flask. Upper flask is a gas mixture. And then we have glass tubing to connect them. They added inorganic gases, going to be methane, ammonia, hydrogen, water vapor, and no oxygen gas. And then after a few days, they saw amino acids, which we're going to include. Where are they at? We got the amino acids of glycine and alanine and other small organics. So we were able to get inorganic to organic naturally through natural means. So to self-replicating systems, we have accumulation of organic molecules in specific environments, which was going to be the atmospheric synthesis, which Miller-Urey did. We have hydrothermal vents, which again, we notice to this day, meteorites, of which we also find all of the amino acids and building blocks to life. And we have UV driven reactions, which is going to be like on like slopes where water is always crashing into with the heat. And from that, we get the amino acids, nucleobase precursors, and lipids. And then from that, monomers, we have amino acids, nucleotides, can link into chains under specific conditions, including like the what was just previously mentioned, hydrothermal vents, meteorites, UV-driven reactions of all those things allow for RNA-like chains to form naturally, so we can get RNA from that just naturally. We've observed this in nature to this day. And then we get emergence of information-bearing foldable polymers. Some random polymers will have structures that let them bind, fold, or catalyze. So some sequence fold into stable 3D shapes like primitive enzymes or ribozymes. RNA world hypothesis is going to state that RNA-like molecules can both store information and catalyze reactions. Lab ribozymes today can catalyze their own partial replication or copy other RNA strands. So then we have RNA replication naturally. Then this is all through early Earth possibility. Selection on replicating or quasi-replicating molecules. Onset of Darwinian evolution. So this is where we go from inorganic to organic to RNA to Darwinian evolution. Imperfect copying, variants of the original sequence. Some variants replicate faster or more reliably in that environment. Which is quite literally Darwinian evolution. The compartmentalization into protocells. The self-replicating chemistry becomes more robust when trapped in compartments. Fatty acids and simple lipids, which we already had from the previous steps that we again see to this day, spontaneously form vessels, primitive membranes in water. If replicating polymers get trapped inside vessels, you now have protocells. Fucking cool, isn't it? Protocells that grow, divide, and keep their internal replicators gain a primitive form of heredity, which is what evolution is you're going to have the change in allele frequency over generations. So we get all of that from inorganics to organics 100% naturally. So now that I've taught you a thing or two and we were able to shut up your assholeness, because I'm an asshole, and I can admit that I'm an asshole, but you came out of the gate swinging, so I just had to muzzle you and put you in your place. So this is my show, first and foremost. I'm going to unmute you in just a second, but this is my house. You walked into my house. I was being very kind and respectful, and immediately you just started with the bullshit attitude. So I just had to put you in place. I don't give a fuck how old you think you are. I don't give a fuck what you think you know. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you're right, you're right. If I'm right, I'm right. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You shouldn't give a fuck about my feelings. All we give a fuck about here are facts and evidence. So I'm going to unmute you. You can respond to that as you wish. What I would prefer to have happen is, instead of you just rambling, because I know the second I unmute you, you're just going to bitch and moan like every other pathetic loser like you, I would prefer that you provide me evidence for God. So I'm going to unmute you. If the first thing out of your mouth is some bitching and moaning, I'm just going to drop you for being a waste of my good oxygen. You are unmuted now. Do you have any
You're
evidence
so
for your
hot.
God?
It's so based.
Yeah, but let me first, before you decide
We're
to drop me.
not doing any of the bitching and moaning. What you're going to do is provide me evidence like
No,
the
no,
good
no.
little
We're
bitch
not.
you
We're
are,
not.
or fuck off.
We're not.
Adios, bitch. I hope you enjoy crying in my chat, you pathetic weasel. Don't come into my house with the attitude. I started out kind. You did not like having the reciprocation of your own fucking attitude. Your attitude is so bullshit, so pathetic, so low life, that the second I replicated it to the smallest degree, you immediately get pissy and bitchy. What does that say about you? You have yourself the day you deserve. Fuck you.
Yo, Cody, if you can hear me, that was really attractive. I'm proud of you.
Gracias, papi.
Yeah, just word to the wise. If somebody is asking you to demonstrate something, for example, God created life or what have you, if your evidence starts with, how do you explain, you are not about to provide actual evidence.
Yep.
Because even if we didn't know what caused the beginning of life, that in no way, it does nothing, not one millimeter to demonstrate that God did it.
Yep. Usually, I don't even bring up my notes on abiogenesis. When someone says abiogenesis didn't happen, I usually go, hey, you know, that's okay. I usually do hold abiogenesis. But let's say I don't know anything about abiogenesis. I know nothing about evolution. Prove God did it. Like, just because any of that isn't true, or we don't know about it, literally does not make God real. We don't have to know anything about that. You're the one with the claim that a magical fairy unicorn made shit. Fucking demonstrate that.
Yeah, exactly. So much of the banter comes down to, you can't explain this. I mean, whether it's consciousness, beginning of life, how the universe got here, if the universe got here, all of that, it's always like, you don't have an explanation for it. And that does nothing to demonstrate magic.
But Cody, have you considered magic? Oh man, that guy got under my skin a little bit there. Fucking cortisol maxing.
Cody, I'm gonna execute you if you start with a verb and then maxing at the end.
That's funny.
XV, I have a question for you.
What's up, bro?
Yeah. What do you think of Plantinga's argument, like on reform epistemology? Like, what do you think about
Sorry. Which argument?
like Plantinga on reform epistemology? Like,
Oh,
what do you think?
Plantiga?
Yeah.
Plantega? I don't think I've ever heard of that.
On
Alvin
reform
Plantinga?
epistemology.
Yeah.
On reformed epistemology,
Yeah.
I can't. I know where. Well, there's a concept known as reform epistemology, but I don't know what Plantiga is.
Well,
Plantinga is a
not like
person.
is a person. Yeah, a person.
I'm gonna be honest. I have nothing to know about that.
Why
Okay.
don't you explain? Why don't you explain reform epistemology? And
Okay, I think Plantinga roughly argues that belief in God can be considered rational even without like evidence or argument. Like he's not saying,
Oh,
yeah, he's not
okay.
saying there's
It's
no
more
evidence or
known as
argument.
the
trust me, bro.
correlative dogmatism justification bias. For everyone on the panel, dogma. So like the argument just bases off like a main claim, a
Dogma?
lower
I've
claim,
got
and a
one of
conclusion,
those.
just a
It's a husky.
syllogism. If rational agents are rational, then they're capable of coming to rational conclusions, which is analytically true. The main conclusion is rational agents can hold to a rational dogma. Conclusion, rational agents have rational beliefs. if something is rational, it has to be logical. If it's not logical, it's irrational, which is like the extra justification. If something is irrational, it is illogical and doesn't apply to something conceptual or external. Therefore, if beliefs can be rational and are evidence-based, there is rational thought to believe a God is rational. It's just like a very
that doesn't follow.
Yeah, it's just a very like
Oh,
very primitive philosophy kind of basis. I don't know where the epistemology is is within that though.
okay. Well, it's something similar, but I wouldn't put it that way.
Yeah, I don't
wouldn't
know
put
the
it
person who you're talking about though.
So Chris, what is the argument? Oh yeah.
Okay.
You
Well,
basically said, so what's the argument that, because the way you explained it is that belief in God could be rational even if there is not sufficient evidence to believe in the God, and I want to know how that follows.
Okay, well, he kind of link it with other examples we have, because, for example, not every rational belief, like not every belief we hold needs or is based on evidence or arguments.
Okay,
So, for
like
example, we
faith.
rationally
Then it's faith.
believe that the external world exists. We rationally believe that other people have minds, past
No.
experience really
I
happened.
believe
Yeah, that
that.
has. Wait, there's a quick distinction that I need to draw. If you look at the definition in philosophical terms of what faith is and what belief is something justified and corresponding to have a trust-based truth indicator. Faith is something that is more relational to the person rather than faith-based or indicative of truth. It is indicative of truth that the external world exists because we interact with and we observe things that exist outside of us. It would be faith-based to say that something exists outside of existence itself. There is no truth based, but you're just assuming that.
All right. So
Continue.
my answer is, I have rational reasons to believe, not necessarily know, that I'm not a brain in the vat. I'm not saying I've solved hard solipsism in a deductive sense, but I would argue that the experiential aspects of our sense data and the lack of any like when you're adding, and also this is being caused by a brain in a vat, there's zero evidence for that, and that is arbitrarily adding something to the explanation versus just experiencing the world around us isn't throwing an additional assumption in there as to what's the cause of it. It's the simplest explanation. So I think that that's rational. But let's say, like, we could get an hour-long debate with somebody who does not accept that those are rational reasons to believe, or I'm not a brain in a vat. It's still the case that I don't have a solution to it. And so I might as well behave as if I'm in, like if I were stuck in the matrix, I would still run around and live my life if I didn't have a way out of the matrix. A better one, I think, is the laws of logic, because the only way to demonstrate the laws of logic or prove them is using logic itself, which is circular. So that's not faith-based. It's more of an axiom. I don't have a choice in the matter. So that's the thing with that. If you have if you don't have a practical reason where to I have no choice on that. Accepting things without evidence should be only when you have no choice. So it doesn't mean it's rational to believe in God. There's no reason to compare that to a situation like the laws of logic. We have no choice because we recognize the laws of logic, they're axiomatic to us, and we wouldn't be able to function if we did not deal with the laws of logic or the world in a logical fashion. Whereas God belief, I can make that same argument for literally anything. Leprechaun belief that, well, sometimes, we just have to believe like the laws of logic, so you might as well just believe in leprechauns. No, you don't have to believe in leprechauns. You don't have to believe in magic or Thor or Shiva or Yahweh. There's no argument that we're in a similar predicament where we have some sort of, I don't know if you would call it a paradox, but it's a problem where to prove the laws of logic, you have to use logic itself. So technically it's circular. We don't have that issue with God. So to me, that's just an acknowledgement. I don't have sufficient reason to believe in my God, but I'm justified in believing in it without sufficient evidence. And I say no, because you don't have to believe that, especially if you're going to live your life by a thing. I would want to make sure it's actually true.
Well, to be honest, I would not disagree with much of what like you guys said, but I think maybe I'm the one not fleshing out his argument properly. But he's just arguing that he's not saying that it's true. Like a belief can be rational and at the same time not true. I think we can agree to that. So what he's trying to say that belief in God, and I think he provided evidence, but he's just like making another argument. You know, every philosopher has the project they are working on. So I think his project, he just aimed to show that even without evidence, he's not saying there's no evidence, but he's trying to show that even without evidence, belief in God can be considered proper basic.
Well,
Like
that whole properly basic William Lane Craig bullshit. That's just saying, that's basically saying I don't have evidence, but I'm justified anyway, which I don't fucking hold to. All beliefs, unless you absolutely have no choice, like with the laws of logic, we have no choice. Like I accept that. Okay. Yeah, when you think about it, you can't prove the laws of logic because you can only use logic to prove logic. I get it. That's sort of a cool little thing to like have a brain teaser about when you're sitting around the campfire. But like we don't have that for God. No, I don't give me this properly basic bullshit. What is your actual evidence for God? That's just excuse making. It's like lowering the bar. Like, well, I don't have good evidence, but you know, it's properly basic. What makes A properly basic and B not properly basic? I should say P1 and P2. What makes P1 properly basic, like justified to believe it without evidence, but then what makes a different P2, you know, well, this one's not properly basic. How do you distinguish between those two?
Well, to answer the question, to be honest, that's what I hope to find out, because Plantinga seems to suggest that there's no principle difference. Like there's no principle that differentiates belief in God from other proper basic belief, like belief in mind and belief in past experiences and all that. For example,
very
okay,
different.
sorry.
No. So let's start with belief in mind. The fact that I'm experiencing the fact that I am experiencing my mind is absolute proof that my mind exists. Like that. That experience in itself. That's the whole I exist, therefore I am. Like if you're experiencing pain, you are actually experiencing.
Yeah, but that's your mind, not mine.
Wait,
Like,
you what?
okay.
That's
your
oh yeah.
mind, not mine.
Yeah. That's not that's not. Yeah. So I have rational justification to believe, like we're not saying when we say believe something, I'm just talking about sufficient evidence to warrant believing something, not having absolute certainty about something. So the fact that I'm experiencing my mind and I have all the markers of like my behaviors, everything, like I associate certain behaviors of mine with certain thoughts, and then other people have physical brains like I do. They have identifiable like markers when during brain scans. They have the chemicals associated with emotions, and I have those same things. That's sufficient reason to warrant belief. That's not a properly basic belief. And so, but what specifically makes, like you gave examples, but I want criteria. Proposition. Hold on. Proposition 1. I just want to restate it. Proposition 1. Proposition 2. Proposition 1 is a properly basic proposition, meaning You're warranted to believe it without evidence. Proposition 2 is not properly basic. You're not warranted to believe it without evidence. How do you tell the difference between the two? What makes one properly basic and the other one not?
Okay, I think that will depend on what our cognitive, like what it produces. Of course, not all beliefs are like properly basic, but I would say, for example, if someone like
I don't want
believes that
examples.
they
Yeah, I want
like
the actual criteria, not just examples.
oh the criteria that make something properly basic, right?
Yeah.
Cognitive. Well, I would say if it's produced by our cognitive like faculties, then it can be considered properly basic.
Oh,
Like I don't really know the
so is God only produced by our cognitive faculties? I actually agree with you on that.
well, only produced. Like, what do you mean by only produced? But I just want to give an example as to why.
You're the one
Like,
who said it. You're asking me what I mean by it. I repeated back to you what you said.
no, you said if God can only
well, you
only
said
be produced.
you said a belief that a belief regarding our cognitive faculties. So go ahead with the criteria.
Okay, yeah, I don't really know that, but I just gave that as an example. So if, for example, person A, like me,
No examples. What's the criteria?
like I already said that, right? If our cognitive faculties produces such belief.
Yeah. Well, no, hold on. My belief in leprechauns, my cognitive faculties are producing my belief that leprechauns exist. As my belief in leprechauns properly basic? All beliefs, by definition, are produced by our cognitive faculties.
Well, to be honest, I've not really thought about what makes a belief properly basic.
Yeah, so that's important because to me, it's just an excuse to not have evidence and still believe it. Now, what's that, SX?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt y'all's conversation, but just very quickly, Chris, I want you to know that you are not believing, you have faith. If you look up at the definition of belief, it is something that has an evidence criteria. It has a fundamental evidence basis, right? I believe I'm going to wake up.
I just go by I just go by the normative dictionary definition, which is just to consider something to be true or likely true. You can consider something to be true or likely true for good reasons or bad reasons. It's just being convinced of a thing. Like faith is a type of belief. Yeah. Faith is a type of belief.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so think about that and come back to me because I'd like a criteria.
Okay, yeah, I will think about that and then get back to you.
Yeah, come on back. We're gonna move on to the next guest.
What's going on?
It's not showing the name for me.
Yo.
Okay, you over the age of 18?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, what can I call you first and foremost?
You can just say blank. It's fine.
Okay, cool. And which god do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. What you got for us, man?
First off, I just want to this is not me just trying to pivot or anything. I just want to ask
sure.
What type of evidence do you guys want in a sense? What do you want empirical evidence or
what kind of evidence would you want if there was a unicorn in my backyard?
Type of evidence would I want? I mean, I think I think a unicorn and God are two completely different things.
I know you think that. What evidence would you like for a unicorn in my backyard? Let me make it easier. What evidence would you like if I said that a leprechaun created Earth? Kind of a silly, stupid ass question, isn't it?
I mean, not really, because you're kind of framing God in the same sense as a unicorn.
Just answer the fucking question, dude.
No, but that's a dishonest question.
No, it's not.
You can't really
replace the word leprechaun with God,
and it would be Like you
The
can't do
exact
that.
same
That's
kind of fucking evidence. They're all
is
three
is a
metaphysical beings.
leprechaun is.
I think the real issue is you can't come up with a good answer for what would constitute evidence for a leprechaun having created Earth. And by the way, when you minimize the app, like we can't hear you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, my shit was lagging.
Yeah. So I can't come up with one either. And I think that's the issue here is like, okay, proposition, a leprechaun created Earth. What would that evidence look like? I can't come up with anything, but if such a thing happened, it's plausible that there would be evidence to back it. I just have no fucking idea what that evidence would look like. So our answer, I don't want to speak for evidence first, but my answer is I don't know what the evidence for an all-knowing, all-powerful deity having created the universe. I have no idea what that evidence would look like. But if God exists, he would know. And if he's all powerful, it would be trivially easy for him to convince me and the entire planet that he exists. So how about you just go with what is convincing to you, and then we can have a conversation about it.
Okay, yeah. All right. I'd say my ability to like reason or trust my reason, I guess. And
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
your ability to reason is a product of your brain.
Yeah. And then my ability to reason and then trust that my reason is
okay.
guided
So
toward truth.
So I trust my reason. So the fact that I trust my ability to reason, so that seems like a non sequitur to me.
No, I mean
I trust my.
I would argue that you can't in your worldview.
Well, my reasoning says that you're
Why?
wrong and your God doesn't exist. So,
I mean,
yeah,
but that came from a brain.
So your proposition is, so your proposition is, if God doesn't exist, you wouldn't be able to trust your reasoning. Is that?
I mean, my proposition is that is in a worldview absence of God, we cannot know. Yeah, we can't trust our reason.
Okay, so what would, let's say hypothetically no God exists, what would prevent me from trusting my reasoning? Because I do trust my reasoning.
I mean, you can trust it, but you wouldn't have a good reason or a good justification to do so.
Okay, can you just justify for me really quickly why it's relationally necessary that a God has to exist in order for humans and minds to have reasoning?
I never said that God has to exist for them to have reasoning.
That's what you're saying. That seems
what
to be
you're
what you're
saying.
suggesting. Yeah, because
no, I said
so there's no reason to think that if no God exists, that we wouldn't be able to have reliable reasoning.
So it's data, reasoning, whatever.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. Before I go forward, I'm not too crazy with terminology and everything, because I know SXV, you're probably really tough at philosophy and everything. But
no, it's fine.
no, he's a low tier.
No,
yeah.
No, it's fine. So basically, give us a reason to believe. Well, what you're suggesting is that we should only be able to sufficiently reason if a God exists. Like a God is necessary for us to be able to sufficiently reason.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to cut Sean off, but I think this is a great way to add into what Sean is saying. My reasoning would work something like this. If I hear water splashing on my roof due to my past experience of rain and the sound therein, it is reasonable to assume that it is raining. Is that not reasonable? And is that not reason?
Yeah, but
okay, so I do use reason with or without a God. So how do you reason things like that?
I think he's saying if there was no God, you would not be able to reason.
No, I'm saying if there was no God, you'd really have to go for a pragmatic type of
I just did it. What part of what I said had anything to do with a God?
Yeah, can I get my point off? I'm trying to say that okay, in your worldview, or I don't want to assume everyone here's a naturalist or anything, but if I'm correct, everyone in here believes that their brain was created through blind evolutionary processes, right?
Yeah, whatever straw man you want to use.
My brain
Depends
wasn't
on what.
created.
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by blind.
I mean,
There's it functions. It functioned through a logical. It functioned through a logical mechanism.
I mean,
Yeah. So basically, the natural selection weeds out harmful genetic traits that are inheritable and selects into the population genetic traits that are conducive to survival. Now, here's the thing: our ability to reason is critical to survival. So it actually makes sense that it would be a biological genetic trait through natural selection.
yeah, like I'm not arguing whether or not reasoning could be used for survival.
Well,
But
I
like
just
it's like
used
if
my reasoning, and my reasoning works because I have a brain. What part of
yeah,
that requires a god?
it's the brain parts is what I'm trying to get at. It's if your brain is geared or like was developed for survival, I have zero
Yeah.
reason to like to trust that same
Well,
brain
I just
for
provided you a
tracking like
reasonable
metaphysical.
argument. What was untrustworthy about that argument in my way of going about critically thinking about that argument?
Sorry, can you say again?
Yeah, so I hear splashing on my roof, and due to past experience in survival and what rain sounds like, because when it rains, we can get sick. So through survival aspects and evolution, I have learned that rain equals I should go inside. I have learned what rain sounds like, and some things can happen, good and bad, lightning, etc., tornadoes, bad weather. So through survival and natural means, I have learned to reason the idea that if I hear splashing on my roof, it is more than likely going to be rain. And I walk
Yeah,
outside
that's
and see
fine.
that it was rain, then I
think this
used
is
reasoning
very-
perfectly fine. So again, where the fuck does God come into play with the thoughts in regards to reasoning?
Okay, all right. For one, yeah, you're making an example about rain and survival. This is the whole point.
Just because you
If
brought up
like
survival. I don't give a
yeah,
fuck about the survival
this is
aspect.
dude. I'm trying to get my point off, and this is what I mean. It's like, bro,
So
like
answer
if you
it. What part of
yes,
reasoning has anything to do with God?
okay, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm like survival is one thing. Tracking metaphysical truth is another.
Okay, check
And
this
I
out.
feel like
metaphysical truth.
Check this out. I have another response for a metaphysical abstract. If unicorns
Wait.
existed, I would assume that they would probably live in a hotter climate. So they probably wouldn't have fur, because that would probably overheat them too much to the degree of death. That's a
Okay, why do we
metaphysical
keep-
framework I
why
just
do we
used,
keep talking about
100%
Wait, this
purely
is
abstract. And
unicorns.
Pause.
all these
What's
thoughts,
your theory of truth?
I don't even, dude. Okay, all these thoughts are fucking derived from a brain. What part of the brain and thinking requires a fucking unicorn?
Oh, like you keep bringing up like are you okay? Are you
I want you
like
to get a
familiar
point
with?
out.
Are you familiar with like
Are you
planting this like
familiar with
evolutionary
getting
argument?
some fucking points out?
Look.
What part of thinking requires a god?
Dog, like I have.
Look,
Bro, I've been
really quickly. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to do a quick dodge, and I'm gonna ask you like 2 questions, and then Cody can do whatever the fuck he wants for me. But if this goes successfully, you'll be able to dodge the question. First question: what's your theory of truth?
theory of truth, like something that is.
Yeah, like, are you know, like
I hold it to be that which comports to reality. It is true. Are you good with that?
You hold to correspondence theory?
Well, it's just a definitional thing, like what somebody means when they say true. When I say something is true, I mean it's an actual fact in reality.
I'd say like
that's what I mean when
coherence.
Well, I kind of call it correspondence, but yeah, if you're accepting that, I think that's the normative definition that most people mean.
Look, there's two main ones, right? Correspondence theory. Then you have coherence theory. You have
there's also pragmatic.
You have pragmatism.
I feel like this is
there's
just
a few, but which one are you? Look,
I'd
which
say
one are you?
coherence. I'd say coherence theory.
Okay, coherence theory. So that's fine. Beautiful. My last question: how do you ground metaphysical truths?
You ground metaphysical truths.
Or how do you deduce through metaphysical truths?
Well, no, I would just like ground, like, sorry, like, could you like?
They have to be rational and coherent, correct?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay, so rationality exists, correct? Like for you, at least, you believe in God, right? Rationality exists for you. Are the questions that I'm asking you and the answers you're giving me rational?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay, so as an atheist, I can be rational, correct? You concede to that.
Can you be rational?
Yeah.
I'd say you can, but then it's like
Okay. So if I can be rational, I am a rational agent, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, wonderful. So you just concede the main argument. Can you now get to God?
Yep.
How did I concede?
Holy shit.
You just said your claim was without God, atheists cannot be rational.
I never
He
said. I never even said that. What is
No,
going
hold
on?
on. Hold on. Because this is what I wanted to touch on, but we went different directions. He acknowledged that earlier because I asked him. I tried to steelman him. Are you saying that without a God, my mind could not function rationally? And he said, no, I'm not saying that. So what I want to know is,
so what is he?
let me hold on. That's what I wanted to. Let me. Yeah. All right. So since you acknowledge that, on what basis are you saying? Because that an acknowledgement that my mind can function rationally without a God, then there's no reason your claim is unjustified. That without a God, I can't trust my rational mind or the
That's say you
rationality
can't. I
of my
can't say
mind.
you can't trust it, or you can't account for it. You can't account for.
Yeah,
your
I
ability
can't
to.
because. Well, first of all, if I can't account for it, that's just saying I don't have an explanation for it. So I do. Go ahead.
No, I would say okay. Like, all right.
If
I'd
I have
say
an explanation for why a thing is a way, that's accounting for it, is it not?
if you have an explanation for it, no, I'd say like if you were justified in doing so, I guess, like in the same way that you're like you have to account for the tools you're going to use to fix a car or whatever. You're not going to fix a car with like a shovel or anything like that. Like you want to make sure you have trusted tools.
Look, is it rational to believe in something that doesn't make sense?
Is it rational to believe in something that doesn't make sense? No.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sure.
All right. So here's the thing. I don't know. I feel like we're just going different directions here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
just continue, James.
I'm trying to
let you take over.
yeah. I'm just trying to, without going down rabbit holes.
Okay, wait. Okay, here's this. Here's this.
The question at hand, the proposition that's at hand is that without God, I don't have a reason to trust my ability to reason.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'll give you this. I'm like, are you guys aware of the Munchausen trilemma?
Is it a rabbit hole?
No, it's like it's literally like what like if you're secular, this is what you like. These are the three horns that you're faced with when you try to explain.
We aren't secular.
This is a pivot. I want to stick to your claim that if God doesn't exist, then I don't have justification to trust my rational mind.
Okay.
Because that's what you acknowledge that there's no reason to believe a God is required in order to have a mind that is able to reason. If a God isn't required to have a rational mind, then why would I not be justified to trust it?
Well, like again, it's like where your brain comes from in your worldview.
Yeah. So yeah, it comes like our brains are a product of biological evolution.
Yeah.
Why is that a problem?
That are geared toward survival, right?
Right. Yeah. So here,
Yeah.
So this is what you're not getting, because I've heard this argument before and it's fucking awful. A cheetah can run fast, right?
Sure.
Okay. And running fast is purely a product of biological evolution, right?
Sure.
Okay. Running fast, and the reason it is because being able to run fast is a survival benefit, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is like, it's exactly the same as if I said, you can't trust that cheetahs can run fast because biological evolution is geared towards survival, not speed. Well, duh, but speed is a survival benefit. Our ability to reason is a survival benefit.
Dog, no, that's not really analogous, but
I
I'm not gonna
literally
lie.
just gave you an analogy for that being analogous.
I just explained. Is speed, so it makes sense that biological evolution gave them the ability to run fast because running fast is a survival benefit, right?
Yeah, sure.
So it's rational to believe that our ability to reason is a evolutionary trait because the ability to reason is a survival benefit.
And the reasoning I
I
used for
mean, like
rain.
you could
It's
say that it
literally
is. You could
reasoning is survival.
I could say that it is. I could say that it is because it's fucking obvious. If
It's obvious
if
to
your
obvious
ability,
to who?
Obvious
okay,
to
so if your
anyone that has
ability,
eyes.
yeah, so if your
Okay.
ability to reason stopped, like you can't reason anything, you can't figure out where to get a water source, how like your ability to perceive reality is just gone. Like
Look,
you,
I think
like
we
how
need
do
to
you
put a
not know
big
this?
pause on this real quick. Listen, bro. It just seems to me that V pointed this out. You're kind of running a bleak version of tag. And look, if you're able to fully construct it, we can argue it. But at the moment, I just don't see anything that you're actually proposing of any substance or value. I think we're
I
just
mean,
going in loops. So I think Cody should ask the question again. And I think
I can render a
that's the
different
course
argument.
that we should take.
I'm
I can
glad to
render
go
a
with this
different
argument.
argument.
I'm just going to go at it way different than these guys, and you're not going to like
Okay,
the way I do it.
in any case, do you think that we ought to be rational? Do you think that we ought to be logical?
Why would we?
Well, yes. That's a realist view.
Why do you like how does that
We are rational agents. If we are irrational, that is not fit for us.
okay, but do we ought to be rational?
Well, there's no
Yes.
objective. There's no objective ought. If you want to achieve your goals in life, and by definition you do,
there you go. Sean
then
gets it.
yeah, if you want to be achieve your goals, and by definition, if they're your goals, they are something that you want to do, then you need to be able to use reason in order to do so.
Okay, like
let
you
V
just
take this
you
real
just
quick.
gave
Let him
a
respond.
category of like if I wanted to achieve my goals. That like that's
hold on,
more subjective.
Yeah, it is
no,
subjective.
Yeah. So there is no solution to the is-ought gap. An ought is always a preference.
That's
however, however, your goal, if something is your goal, you will 100% of the time, by definition, want to achieve them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a goal.
Yeah, but like again, like you just said that there's no solution to the is-ought gap, and I'm bringing up a okay. So
God's not a solution. God's not a solution to the is-ought gap either.
I'd say he's like I'd say he's more of a better explanation to it. Like
an explanation to what?
Like, all right, here's what I'd say. Like, I'd say that a worldview that causes the people to hold to it, to contradict it, is not a worldview worth holding to.
Oh, I didn't understand. Say that again. I didn't get that.
I'd say that any worldview that causes the people to hold to it, to contradict it, is not a valid worldview.
Cause people to hold to what?
That causes the people that hold to it to contradict it is not a valid worldview.
A worldview that causes
he's just saying if a worldview has contradictions, it's not valid. That's it.
Not if the worldview has contradictions, but like if the worldview, like if you hold to a certain worldview and you constantly contradict that same
that
worldview,
means that the worldview has contradictions because the contradictions are entailed.
Okay.
Yeah,
hold on. You have a worldview that Christianity is true, right? And that we ought to, and you ought not to sin, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Is in your worldview, is everybody a sinner?
In my worldview, is everybody a sinner? Yeah.
Okay. So you hold to a worldview that causes everyone to contradict their worldview, because in your worldview, A, you ought not sin, and B, everybody does sin.
Yeah, but sin is expected in the worldview. That's not contradicting it.
Oh, okay. So what worldview do I have that causes me to contradict my worldview?
I mean, you already conceded that your is-ought thing is subjective or whatever. Like,
well,
I was
not
really
just mine. Everybody's included yours. That's not something
like
you have solved either.
if you try to make an objective statement
that's
that
not
you
it.
ought to do something that's
X is subjective is not a contradiction.
I never what.
Okay. Look. Real quick. So James might have had a subjective take.
Okay.
Look, even if you're gonna make the relation that something subjective has no grounding, talk to me for a second. So we ought to be logical, we ought to be rational, right? You might find
Why?
this a bit circular, but under what proposition do you say we ought to be logical, we ought to be rational? Because if it's like under the moral sense, well, I'm a moral realist, right? So I believe that like objective truths, right, moral truths exist independent of the mind.
How would that?
And this is the case, right? Deductively through logic. It would be illogical to be irrational because you would do rational things that would be illogical.
We can no, okay. We can go to the root of it. Sure. Like if you say that
But under what proposition? Like I don't want this to pivot to morals, right? I'm just like saying like, what do you mean when you say we ought to be logical, we ought to be rational?
Do you think that there's like that objectively humans, like human beings, ought to be logical or rational? Like that's something we should be doing.
In what sense? Like in a moral sense, in
How
a
does
societal
any of this
sense?
get to God?
In like a
Okay, I'm so sorry. This is like so goddamn annoying. I'm bringing this right back, dude. Does God is God's the only reason we can reason, right?
I already like went to a different argument because you guys weren't really like.
I know you're not.
said-
I know
he
you're
actually
not
said no.
comprehending.
He actually said no.
Okay, wonderful. What evidence do you have for God?
I was going towards the contradiction of a worldview thing. So that's what I was
Okay,
talking
cool.
to
Genesis
XS.
1:1 verses 1:14 is contradicted, objectively false. So there's no reason to believe in the Bible. So again, what is your evidence for God?
Brother. Okay, no, like, can I talk to SXV?
No.
Please?
I'm done with the
All right,
fucking
bro.
rabbit holding bullshit, boring arguments.
Yo, this is why you get fucked on by every debater, bro. You're like, you're
Demonstrate
so
God.
dishonest. It's hilarious, bro.
Are you gonna cry or are you gonna provide evidence for God? What are we doing here?
Are you gonna cry? It seems like you already are, bro.
Where's
this
God?
Whole time you've
What's the
been getting
evidence for
pissed in
God?
the corner.
Listen. If you want to talk to me, okay, just tell host that you
He-
don't
he
have
just told-
anything
he-
probability
I know.
raising.
I'd love
and
to
you want to
talk.
make
I'd
an
love to talk to
argument.
you.
Blank,
I'd love
where's
to
your
talk to
evidence for God?
SXV.
Yeah, do you have evidence? Just
Okay, my evidence is or I guess my argument is the contradiction of like the atheist worldview, or not the atheist, like
okay. If
the
you
worldview
just
that
to be atheist world,
I don't
hold
need
on,
to
hold on,
defend
just-
myself. You need to demonstrate that a God exists.
No,
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
saying that if I
Just to
can,
be clear, just real quickly, you're saying that to say the negation of God is true leads to some P and not P. What's up P and not P?
Dog, I already said I'm not really that well endowed in the.
Explain the contradiction.
Yeah, so you're
Okay,
saying
yeah.
there is a contradiction that comes with not just any particular, like, atheism doesn't mean materialism. Atheism
I
doesn't
know,
mean
I know. That's why
physicalism.
I corrected myself.
Yeah,
But
the
I'm
only
saying-
way for you
state-
to
okay.
debunk us is to fucking prove God. So where's your evidence
So-
for God?
Yeah,
That's
just
not
to
the
say,
I'm
really
saying
quickly.
that like I'm going for like the impossibility of the contrary type of way.
Then prove
So, okay.
God.
Dog, why are you so mad? I'm getting
Because
okay,
you're
okay,
obnoxious. SX Cali,
Okay.
shut the fuck up.
I've been respectful this whole time. You're the one
Fuck
that's
you.
been fucking
I am
crying in the
disrespectful.
corner.
I am an asshole. Now provide evidence for God
That's
or go fuck
fine.
yourself. Where's your evidence for God?
All right, bro. All right, bro. Shut up, man. Shut up. Anyways, yeah. So if I can demonstrate that your worldview like
Nope.
disqualifies
Where's your evidence
itself-
for God?
Is this how you run your debates?
Yep. I know
Like,
nothing
actually?
about anything. Why should I believe in God?
I'm sure you don't.
Yep.
I'm
Where's
100%
God?
sure.
okay.
Nope. Cali,
Look.
SX, no. We're not
Yo,
doing the
SX,
fucking Philbro
SX,
bullshit.
I respect you, Sean. I'm not really sure. I
Shut the fuck up. Where's your evidence for God? Stop talking shit. Stop
shut
dodging.
Your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch ass up.
Fucking runner. Can't answer one question. Cartesian, let's get you in here. Kylie, SX, I'm not going down fucking Philbro rabbit holes right now. It's so fucking boring. No one wants to hear it. They can provide
Yeah,
evidence
we
for
got
God
you, bro.
or they
Sorry.
can go fuck themselves upside down. Cartesian, how are you doing? Hello, Cartesian, you are on. Bet.
Wait, it was,
Chris, how's it going?
Oh, Chris. We've already spoken to Chris like 3 times.
Yeah, he's been up here multiple times. Chris, do you have evidence for God? Yes or no?
No, I just came back to respond to. I think he asked me.
That's not what I fucking asked. Cartesian, how are
yeah.
you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Sorry, my mic was.
You're
was
okay.
Not,
That's fine.
not,
That's fine. You over the age of 18?
I'm not sure if people here are defending some.
You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Wonderful. Which god do you believe in?
Well, actually, that's the point. I don't know if I'm supposed to defend some sort of religious god. I'm
Do you believe in a
only,
god? Yes or no? It's quite simple.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
which god do you believe in?
Spinoza's god.
That's not a god.
Well, that is a god.
It's the universe.
Spinoza's God is nothing.
It is not a personal god. It is not a
actually,
creator of the
it's
universe. It
supposed
is just the universe in existence itself. So, nice conversation. Have a good day. That's how fucking simple it is. The theists come up, they say, I have evidence for God. You say, what evidence do you have? They fucking try and flip the burden of proof. You say, fuck you. You're not flipping the goddamn burden of proof. What evidence do you have, bitch? You have the positive claim. Fucking prove it. And then they cry like a bitch. They say how we're crying like a bitch. And then we kick them or they run like a bitch. And they cry and chat for 20 minutes like a bitch.
Wait, Cody, while we don't have any questions, when your prompt says there is no God, are you making a positive claim?
He said it says there is no evidence for God. It doesn't say there is no God.
There is no, my bad.
Yeah, but there is no God. That is a positive claim. Beaver, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Awesome, man. You over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
Christianity.
Bet. All right, what you got for me, man? What evidence do you have and why should I believe in it?
Sure. So just to believe in God would be the axiomatic evidence that I'll present. So the first axiom is everything that begins to exist has a cause. And the second axiom is the universe began to exist.
Demonstrate too.
Which axiom are we using for P1?
Nope.
Fuck
that.
Didn't
Nope.
specify
We're not
which
doing
premise
that.
you
Nope.
disagreed
Nope.
with.
P2. Prove
Okay,
the universe
P2.
has a creation or has a beginning.
Yeah, sure. The claim was universe began to exist.
Yeah,
Sure.
prove that.
So, it's a true dichotomy.
Prove it.
That you didn't even know what I was saying. That the true dichotomy.
I'm waiting
was
for you to
for.
demonstrate that the universe began to
two
exist.
possibilities.
Yeah, I was going to show how it's necessary.
So
because
go
it would
ahead.
lead to
So go ahead.
contradiction otherwise. Right. So are you going to say when I'm in the middle of doing
If you're
that?
fucking false, I'm gonna beep you. Yep.
I couldn't have possibly said anything false. 'cause you didn't know what
Demonstrate
true
that the
dichotomy
universe
was.
has a beginning.
Okay, sure. It's a true dichotomy that the universe either is eternal or began to exist, or if you want to go based on time, that time is finite or infinite. And if the universe is eternal, then time would be infinite. Yeah, demonstrate that.
Can a changeless state turn into a state of change? All of time does not mean eternity, dumb nut. The universe could exist for all of time.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm back. So
it has nothing to do with the time. The universe that doesn't
did
follow.
time begin to exist?
I don't know.
No, there's
if
no
we
reason to
if we
believe
assume it
did.
didn't,
I don't know.
We can assume P.
No, we
that
can't.
In order for you to hold the position that the universe is eternal,
that time, a state of change, changed from a changeless state, i.e., no time. Demonstrate that real quick.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. So that's a straw man. All I'm saying is that it began to exist.
Demonstrate that.
So, sure, because if it was infinite, we would have traversed an infinity, which is
B theory time says that's bullshit.
Saying it's bullshit isn't a counter argument.
It is.
Not only that, it doesn't mean we would have. We could
No,
we could
it's
simply
not.
exist on an infinite timeline.
Yep, I'm a low tier. Can you demonstrate that time began?
Yeah, so yeah, sure, because it'd be contradictory.
That's not a
otherwise. So
demonstration.
saying
Where's the
that
contradiction?
Space-time is eternal. Okay, saying you're not responding. Saying that space-time is eternal means that there's an infinite amount of moments before the present.
So what?
That's a completed infinity. You're completing something that never ends.
Nope.
That's a contradiction.
It's not a completed. So let me ask you
Yeah, it
this.
is.
I'm gonna give you another concept. Is it a logical impossibility? Is there a contradiction, not for time but for space to be infinite in size?
For space to be infinite in what?
In size. In other words, you can travel one direction of a particular azimuth without end, and it'll never end. Is there a contradiction in that?
I mean, in space being infinite, I'd say that it's more of like a plausibility. Like if space was infinite, we'd see things like we'd be able to see
I'm asking
stars
if it's
everywhere.
a logical. I'm not. Well, not necessarily, because, but is it a logical contradiction?
For space to be infinite, I mean, I don't really see any like contradiction with that. I just think it's more of like a plausibility.
I don't either.
But if
and I'm not claiming
space,
it is.
space would need
There's a reason to
time.
ask you
So
that.
even if
There's
time,
Jesus Christ, let me do my analogy, then you can respond. Okay.
Well, no,
So,
I there is a contradiction. That's what I'm trying
okay.
to.
What's the contradiction in the space being infinite in size?
Sure. If space is infinite in size, but time is finite,
I didn't ask
there
you.
would be no there'd be an inequivalent amount of time for that change to happen for it to traverse infinity.
Why
So
the
to
fuck
actually
would
have an
time be
infinite set
finite?
of space, that
Like,
wouldn't be
why would
possible in a finite time.
Bro, why would time be finite?
That's gonna take
Sure,
him back to
because
where he wants
if
to
it's
go.
infinite, then we would have traversed an infinity to arrive at the present. That's illogical.
What's the definition of infinite?
All right, I forget it.
Sure. Never-ending amount of events,
listen.
or if you're
On
talking
an
about an
infinite
actualized infinity,
timeline,
that
there are
can only
still
exist conceptually.
points on the timeline. We're in one point. You can still have points.
Yeah, how many
exactly.
points have been
That's where-
completed before this one?
Okay. Think about it as 0,
How many points have been completed before this one?
2, 3, 4, 5,
possible
6 until
infinite.
infinity. 0, -1, -2,
That's a false
-3.
equivalence.
It depends, bro.
No, it's not. We're talking
Yeah,
about time.
yeah, that's a false
It
equivalence.
doesn't
It's either
If
eternal.
we're at 0, we would have had to completed every real number to get
I'm
to
not
0.
at
which,
0.
Again, is logical.
I'm
Big
not at
dog.
0.
I was trying.
I'm responding to SXV. That's who I'm responding to.
Yeah, I was
So,
trying to
yeah,
address
can you
his
respond?
argument, but it got pulled a different direction.
Okay, so yeah, respond to the contradiction I derived.
Yeah. So first of all, if the universe is infinite in size, why would time have to be finite?
No, I'm saying time, because time is finite, there wouldn't be enough equivalent change to happen to actually get to an actual infinity in space. But and the reason why time is finite is
wouldn't
because
have to
if
be-
it's infinite, then it'd be contradictory.
So is God powerful enough to create a universe that's infinite in size?
Infinite in size. Well, I mean, God can only do logically possible things, and I already derived the contradiction in doing that. So that's a P and not P. So no.
So God can't just miracle the universe is infinite in size without there having to have been
So no,
infinite
that
amount
he
of
can't
change.
do logically contradictory things.
It's not
very
that's not a
basic
logical.
theism.
That's not a contradiction,
Yeah, it
because
is.
that's
I explained how.
No, it's not. And also there wouldn't have to be an
Then
infinite
respond to my
amount.
argument.
There wouldn't have to be an infinite in size doesn't mean there would necessarily have to be an infinite amount of moments. So, but it's like you're doing a good job, like trying to avoid the point. So basically what we would have if the universe is infinite into the past, so there's an infinite amount of moments, and I agree with you, you can't start at a point and reach and eventually reach infinite into the future, because you'll never get there. The problem with that is that if the universe is infinite in time going back, there isn't a point to where you start and then end up going to infinity into the future. It merely exists on an infinite. We merely exist within an infinite timeline.
it's B
so
theory.
like
So the time still passes though, even on B theory. So because time still passes, whatever moment you would choose on that set, there'd still be an infinite amount completed before that. That's the
there's no contradiction there. It's just there.
There's something that never ends
into
ended.
the past.
It's
No,
not
it
a
never
P and
ends
not
ended.
P. It's not a P and not P, dude.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what a P and not P is. Something that never ends ended.
It
Who
doesn't
the fuck
end.
is
I
saying
don't know where you're
it did?
getting this sci-fi bit.
And it didn't. And
Please
time
respond.
hasn't ended. When has time ended?
Yeah.
When has time ended?
Yeah.
I'm saying that the moments before now have ended. I'm not saying time.
You can say that.
No,
That's
they
not true.
didn't.
Yeah, and then there are infinite
by
moments
defini-
before now.
by
It's
definition-
space-time eternal. So it's
by
a contradiction.
definition,
Holy
if there's an infinite
fuck.
time arrow into the top, if there's an infinite time arrow, time is still going on. If there's an infinite time arrow, into
time
the
is
past,
passing.
Jesus Christ, let me finish. There has been no end, and if the universe it has an infinite time arrow into the past, which many cosmologists actually believe, though they don't know for sure yet. If there's an infinite time arrow into the past, nothing has ended. Time is still going on. So you said something without end has ended.
That wasn't my claim. You didn't.
Your
respond to
claim
me at
was
all.
your claim was if there's an infinite time arrow in the past, you have something without end that ended. Nothing is fucking ended.
I'm saying because change still happens even on B theory of time. There are still moments in time that we traverse.
But when you say
the
that
moment
change-
we're
So
at now,
what?
there would be infinite amount of traversable moments.
Hold on.
That's
To be clear,
I'm not claiming that time ended.
I just want to make sure when you say that change occurs in B theory, what do you actually mean?
Yeah, well, change is just referring to why in B theory you would still believe time passes because of change.
Yeah, that doesn't answer the question. What? Can you just actually answer the question?
Yes, it does. I was clarifying what I meant by that because
Yeah, so I'm asking you, what does it mean in B theory for change to exist? Could you say?
Okay. So for change to exist temporally in B theory, all it's going to be referring to is relative to what is changing. It would just change between those sets.
Sorry, once again, I'm asking you, how are you getting this implication that change exists in B theory? And you're saying, well, what is changing? No, I'm asking you, what derives that?
Because without if time wasn't passed or if time wasn't traversed, change wouldn't happen. That's how we know time exists.
This is not you're literally just not even answering the question.
Yeah, moaning is not a counter
just-
argument.
Well, to be fair, you're
moaning
nervous.
is not a counter argument.
To be fair, that wasn't me, A, and then B, your nervous laughter isn't a counter argument either, and you just restating the
I'm
premises.
waiting for your counter. I presented my claim.
Yeah,
I was moaning.
Okay, so your argument or your claim just didn't lead anywhere. I don't know if you're aware of that, because when I'm asking you what is change under B theory, all that you've said is that's how we know time passes. Could you tell me what change is under B theory?
Sure, I can be more specific. Sure. So change is
just an actual answer would help.
Yeah, change is potency being actualized.
Yeah, there is no potency in B theory. Everything is actual in B theory.
No, that's completely wrong.
Laughing.
You just said something that's wrong. That's
Performative laughing
wrong.
isn't an argument.
That's completely wrong. Okay, so
what's wrong
if
about
everything
what
is
the fuck are you saying?
actualized
Under B
if
theory,
everything-
hang on.
I know. I will prove this wrong.
I'm gonna save you from the blunder real quick. B theory is when past,
No, you're
present,
saving
and
yourself
future
from the blunder.
are
You
all
just
equally
you just said something that's
actualized.
wrong.
Excuse me.
Let me
excuse
respond.
me, sir. Excuse me. I didn't realize I was done speaking. I'm gonna say the statement,
okay,
and
if
then
you're
you
not
can
gonna let me
continue. Excuse me,
respond,
sir.
like, come on.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You're blundering. I'm trying to save you from the blunder. Can you quickly
Him
retract
from a
your
blunder.
previous statement?
You're saving
Okay, continue.
You're saving
It's okay.
Robin. You're saving your Robin from blundering.
And you're stuttering. Good job, buddy. Anyways, continue our section.
That's not a counter argument, and also it's really bad the fact that
No,
you
it's
needed
okay, it's okay.
Batman
I don't
to
wanna
save you,
save him.
Robin. Like you actually needed your sidekick to save you. Like that was insane. I'm
Do you
trying to
think that-
respond,
do you
and
think
your
this sounds
counter
good, by the
argument
way?
is stuttering, even though I didn't
Yeah,
stutter.
do you think that?
Like
No, sorry,
this
you-
is the
you
this is the state
stuttered.
of atheist lives. It's insane.
Okay. Anyway, so aside from the performance, he ran away because he's a
was
pussy.
he not an atheist? I was tripping. What?
No, moving on. Honestly. Yo,
You're a
Cat.
pussy. He ran
How
away.
old are you?
God,
No
God
way.
obviously exists.
Yo, Cat. How old are you?
May 10.
Do you have any evidence for God?
Wait, did that guy leave?
Yeah,
he
it's just
fled,
gonna
bro.
be-
He ran
No.
away at full speed.
It's just
What
gonna
the
be
fuck?
if
You guys
X
didn't
is
drop
if
him?
X. It's gonna be this is
Nope.
the argument that God exists.
Nope.
So it's just gonna be
Hold
if
on, let's
X
let-
is
Yo, wait. Sorry.
Let him
Cat,
give his
we weren't
his
locked in.
evidence.
Sorry, we weren't locked in. Could you just repeat everything you said? What's your evidence for God?
Yeah, I'm about to give my argument, right? So it's going to be if X is true in my paradigm, then it's necessarily true. God exists in my paradigm, therefore
In
he
your
necessarily-
paradigm. In your paradigm. What-
I
Yeah,
accept
let's
that
see
God
what-
exists in your I accept that
Yeah,
God
then-
exists
yeah.
in your. Hold on. I accept that God exists in your paradigm. I don't accept that God exists in reality.
Well,
By the way,
I mean, I said it's
could I
necessarily
just
true.
ask? Yeah, could I just ask really quickly? When you say necessarily true, are you talking about within your worldview?
No, it's necessarily true that God has ontic status. Just
Yeah,
because I said
that's
because
in
I
your
said
worldview,
so.
right?
Well,
Is
yeah,
that in
because I
your
said
worldview?
Oh, nice one, Cat.
Is that in your worldview, Cat?
Nah, I'm gonna drop him. He's obviously a troll.
I do have someone over on YouTube.
Yeah, go get the YouTube guy.
Yeah, go get the YouTube guy.
Yo, freak, you were up there. All you have to do it again. Come back, freak.
Cat we
is
have too many
requesting up
friendlies
again.
Freak, you can come back to the site and I'll mute you. Or not. So what I wanted to do with the last guy is be like, okay, well, let's say it is contradictory. That means we don't know what the actual truth is. And then also that doesn't get us to God. Oh, there he is. All right, Freak, you are unmuted. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can. You over the age of 18?
Yes.
All right, and which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
Okay, what evidence do you have for me?
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
He declared God in the temple and
he
said he
didn't.
would rise again after 3 days, and that's what happened.
No, he didn't.
So Jesus actually proved God.
Oh, he didn't. Can you demonstrate Jesus existed?
Well, we've got the 4 testimonies of the gospel.
Yeah, who
we
wrote
know
the Gospels?
that the disciples.
False.
Some of them. You know, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Yeah, Matthew, Mark,
right?
Luke, and John never wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They're completely anonymous internally and externally. So why do you believe that the Gospels are true while not knowing who the authors are?
Well, I mean, we know that the name may not matter, but the personages do, and
No, you don't. You don't know
also
who
the
wrote it.
Quran verifies the gospel.
No, it doesn't.
So, sure, it does.
Who wrote the Gospels?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Nope. This is a
Okay, then
scholarly
who wrote 'em?
consensus, brother. No one knows who wrote them. They're completely anonymous. The names were attributed in the 2nd century by Irenaeus. We have no fucking clue who wrote them. You don't know if they're a liar. You don't know if they're schizophrenic. You don't know if they're a murderer. They also were written decades after the events happened by non-eyewitness accounts. There are 0 contemporary eyewitnesses to Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. So why the fuck would I believe any of that?
I mean, you're just denying the actual.
No, I just provided you scholar consensus.
Okay, so if you go to 2 Timothy 4:11, you'll see that Paul is cooperating with with Mark
Paul
and
never.
with Luke.
Okay, dude. Again, scholar consensus. The Gospels are completely anonymous. Besides the point, there are 0 contemporary eyewitness accounts of Yeshua.
Well, you can't really say that because
I can
Matthew
objectively
and
say
John
that.
were disciples,
Matthew didn't.
and
Nope.
who's to say that they didn't have
Dude.
diaries with them or journals?
1 second. Okay. Word my head. All right, can you see me on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Freak.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Did I somehow unplug these? No.
I'm able to hear him.
What the hell?
I see you, and I hear
There
you.
we go.
I can hear him.
I fixed it. That was on me. All right, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, check this out. What does this say?
There's no evidence for God. Oh, okay. You know, it's my screen is too small to. Hold on, give me a second. Let me full screen
Here,
this.
let me print it better. My ink is running out.
Ask him if you read it to him if he'll believe you.
How about I read it to you real quick?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to show it just real quick. Okay. It says Cody is God. I'm God. Do you believe it?
Turn this water into wine.
How do you know that Jesus did? Actually, I did. I just turned this into wine.
Wait. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down.
Talking about this,
that you turned water into
Oh,
wine.
yeah. I've got you, Freak. I've got you, Freak. 1 second. 1 second. Cody turned water into wine witnessed by 3870 witnesses. Wonderful. All right.
The fuck is 3870?
It is written that I have turned water into wine, and it has been witnessed by a little over 70 people, about 80 people. It is now true, correct?
No.
But it's written.
So I would want at least one more testimony that happened.
I have 80. I have more than Jesus. Jesus has 0 contemporary witnesses. I have 80 contemporary witnesses. Yeah, they have. Chat. Type in chat if you witnessed me turning water into wine.
Under oath.
They're under oath right now. They're under the oath of me.
Before
I am
Congress.
God. I already told you.
Okay, but okay,
Oh, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got like 10 written contemporary witnesses to me turning water into wine and me being God. Therefore, it's true.
No, because
That's the Bible. 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 What you have is non-eyewitness, non-contemporary, fucking anonymous writers writing about a supposed human that supposedly did this. You don't know. So no,
Okay,
I
you
don't
said you
believe
would-
that. I'm not fucking stupid enough to believe something like that.
Do you believe the whole Bible is like that, or just the New Testament?
The whole entire Bible is full of bullshit. Rabbits don't chew cud. Snakes and donkeys can't talk. Genesis 1:1 says God created earth, and Genesis 1:14 says he created the sun. That's objectively false. The earth exists because of the fucking sun. It says over and over false things. It says bats are birds. False. It says so many false things. It says that 2 people created all of human beings. That's false. That's called incest. We'd all die. It's not possible. It's a mythological book. You don't believe in fucking Hercules, right?
I don't know.
You shouldn't. That's stupid. There's no evidence for it.
I mean, there's a city in Turkey that was.
Congratulations. New York exists. Spider-Man's not fucking real. That's stupid.
You know, as far as the cut goes, like rabbits are not healthy to eat in the summertime. So like
It
still
says
not
rabbits
a
chew
clean animal.
cud. I don't give a fuck if it says they're clean or not.
It's still not a clean animal.
Did
so,
I
like,
ask? Did I
these
ask?
things really
The
don't
Bible
matter.
says the rabbits chew cud. It does matter when the Bible claims to be the inerrant word of God. That's fucking stupid. It's objectively false. Rabbits don't chew cud. Snakes don't fucking talk. Never have, never will. It's false. The earth is not 6,000 years old.
That snake was in the spirit realm when Satan took possession of it.
Oh yeah, which part of the
It's a
Bible
whole-
says
it's a whole
in
nother
the spirit realm a fucking snake talked? Show me the verse where it says in the spirit realm. Bullshit. You're interpreting it the way that the 45,000 other denominations interpret it. I'm not fucking ignorant enough to fall for bullshit.
All right. Well, in the Quran, it talks about how
I don't
they
give
were
a fuck
sent
about the
down to a lower
Quran.
level.
The Quran's even worse.
But the thing is, even the Quran cooperates with.
I
the Bible
don't
says,
give
so,
a
like,
fuck. If I
Okay,
don't
so
believe
you
the
don't care
Bible,
about-
why the fuck do I believe the Quran? The Quran says the moon was split in two and the sperm comes from the fucking backbone. It's objectively false too. The fuck?
Well, that's talking about the creation of
How
mankind.
gullible?
and,
Hey,
you know,
it says
how Eve
gullible
came
on
from
your
the rib.
ceiling. Look up. Did you look up?
No, because the context.
No, look
of
up.
that
Look up. It
verse
says gullible.
Is talking about the
Look
creation
up.
of mankind.
Look up. It says gullible on your ceiling. Look up. You get the point? Yeah, the book says something. Spider-Man says that a man can fucking web sling and fly. I don't give a fuck what the book says. Provide me evidence. What evidence do you have for God? Go
Jesus
ahead.
Christ. We know Jesus walked the earth.
Prove it.
He proved God. He declared him in the temple, and he rose again.
Prove it.
Okay, so we have the gospel. We have
Who wrote the gospel?
Other testimonies.
Who wrote the gospel?
like
Name
Josephus,
one.
whatever. I mean, they mentioned them,
Josephus.
you know,
No,
but
you don't know who Josephus, Tacitus, or Pliny are. You've never studied this ever in your entire fucking life. Josephus talked
mean,
about
I've
Hercules
studied
too. You
enough.
don't believe her. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. If you studied it, you wouldn't believe it.
I mean, I don't.
Who wrote the gospel?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I already taught you this. You haven't studied shit, and you just proved it. I already taught you this. Scholar consensus. They are completely fucking anonymous. We don't know who wrote them, so stop acting like you know. You don't.
Well, if you look at 2 Timothy 4:11,
who wrote Timothy?
Is provably
who
false.
wrote Timothy?
Paul did.
No, he didn't. Paul didn't exist. Now, listen, bud. Provide me evidence that they existed. Provide me evidence that Jesus existed. Provide me evidence that fucking Jesus took it from a bunch of random Roman men, and he's been coming on our backs for 2,000 years. I mean, coming for 2,000 years. Prove it.
Rome burned.
Congratulations. Prove God.
Right.
I didn't ask about Rome. Don't
Jesus
fucking pivot.
Christ.
Jesus didn't exist.
I mean, that's just denial, dude.
No, it's not.
know,
You haven't
we know
provided
that
one
about
piece
the
of evidence except for nuh-uh. Think like an adult. Stop being gullible. Santa Claus isn't fucking real. Demonstrate that this is true.
We literally divide the human timeline.
The Bible. Dude, fucking prove it.
Cody, please ask him
What
if
year is
Santa
it?
Claus is real.
Is Santa Claus real? Freak.
It's what year is it right now? Do you know what year it is?
Do you know what day it is? Dumbass.
Ask him
Yeah.
what calendar does he want you
What
to
what
use.
what day is it, freak?
It's August 20th.
It's Thursday. Did you know that? Did you know that every single one of your days of the week are named after Greek gods? Did you know that?
Well, that's fine. There's only one.
Are they real?
Jesus.
No. There's only one Thor.
Maybe they are, but they still are subservient to
No, they're
Jesus
not.
Christ's authority.
Jesus didn't exist.
So I really don't care if they're real.
I don't give a fuck about your opinions. Where's the evidence for Jesus? 1 Timothy and the Gospels, all of which anonymous, demonstrate them being true. Tell me
It
how they
doesn't matter
happened.
if they're anonymous.
There's zero contemporary
You
writings
can
of
assign
Jesus.
any name that you want to them, but the fact
There's
that Paul
zero
collaborated
contemporary
with
evidence of
Mark and
Jesus.
Luke
There's
means that
zero
they were real.
contemporary evidence of Jesus. Paul didn't exist. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't exist. Why the fuck would I believe anything about that? They're anonymous.
So wait, time out.
By the way, Paul
Where is
never
the
met
written-
Jesus.
Where is the written contemporary evidence that refutes Jesus?
The fact that there's no evidence for him means I have no justification to believe in him. You have to learn critical
That's not-
thinking and logic,
that-
buddy.
You can't. It doesn't work that way.
Oh
we
yeah?
have
What
is
evidence do
what
you have
we
for unicorns?
We have all.
What evidence
we
do you have for
is the
unicorns?
evidence.
What evidence do you have for
we
unicorns?
Is the evidence.
What evidence do you have for
until
unicorns?
have
Be a good
written
boy and listen.
contemporary evidence
What evidence do you have for
that says
unicorns?
Jesus didn't exist.
Oh, you want evidence that your
then
God
what we
can't
have
be
is what
true?
we have.
You want evidence that your God can't be true?
Okay.
Okay, is your God outside of time?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not
he is
possible.
everything.
You can't be outside of space-time and interact with space-time. You can't go from a changeless state to a state of change. Therefore, your God isn't real. The stories are false. Debunked by science. Thank you. Come again.
Well, I mean, you have to think of it in a different manner.
No, you don't.
If you think of God as
I
like
use
an
logic.
egg,
Does your God
complete
follow
egg,
logic?
And you think of our universe.
No, I
as the
use
yolk-
logic. I use logic. Does your God follow logic?
Yeah, but he's not bound to it.
Oh, so he's not logical.
Well, I mean, he can not be, but he usually is.
Okay, if
so
he follows logic, then he cannot interact with anything if he's external of time. There is no way to go from a changeless state to a state of change.
That's not true because we're talking about different.
Ooh, demonstrate it.
types of
Demonstrate a
time.
changeless state changing to a state of change for me real quick. Go ahead. Use logic. You said your God's logical, right?
I'm trying to think of an example for you.
Yeah, it's not fucking possible.
never
A
thought about that
changeless
before.
state
I mean, it's
cannot change.
simple.
It's so
from God's
simple.
perspective because
You're
he's
right.
in
It is
eternal
simple.
time and
Freak, listen.
Yeah.
It is simple. A changeless state cannot fucking change. It's changeless. Therefore, God being outside of change, therefore changeless, can't fucking do shit. Your God isn't real.
Why would being out of space time be changeless? That's
Because
sort of
time
confusing.
is a measurement of change, dude. Have you ever?
Okay,
you
for
have
us,
not
yeah, in
studied
the
any of
physical
this.
realm.
What other realm is there? Stop pivoting. Stop pivoting.
There's a
Can you
spirit
change?
realm. There's an eternal realm.
Demonstrate a spirit realm.
Demonstrate a spirit realm. I mean, all I can say would be
The Bible.
something like the background radiation noise, whatever that they
That's not
say the
a
Big Bang
separate
was
realm, dude.
residual from. Hey, if you guys are gonna say that
We
the
have
Big
4
Bang never happened and the
dimensions.
universe was always there,
How
then
many
I'm gonna
dimensions do we have?
claim that the background radiation noise is spirit realm.
That's stupid. It's in our realm. It's in our dimension. How many realms are there, freak?
I'm not sure.
There's 4. Height, length, width, and time. Where's spirits? Where are they?
Where are they? Probably all in the same place, just in a different dimension.
Demonstrate that, because
Try
I
to
have 4
explain this stuff.
dimensions. Which dimension? Height, length, width, time. Which one do they exist in?
I mean, I could easily say it's a quantum field.
Quantum field, it is alongside the fucking height, length, width, and time, dumbnut. I thought you said you studied
It's
this.
a whole other quantum field that encompasses all the other quantum fields.
You're in a quantum field right now, dude. Jesus Christ. We're in it.
Good
Height, length,
Lord.
width, and time. There's 4 dimensions.
Okay.
Now, where are spirits? By the way, quantum fields
It's
and
in a
quantum
higher-
particles
it's
are
in a higher
demonstrable.
frequency
Stop
of quantum
talking.
field.
Stop talking. Quantum fields, quantum physics are demonstrable. We can observe and test them. So where are your spirits?
Okay, observe how.
Tools.
Test how.
Mathematics, logic, reasoning, microscopes, lasers. We have so many different ways of testing this shit. Now demonstrate where spirits are.
So the only place that you can actually measure and test quantum fields would be in the state of absolute zero, which is 0 Kelvin.
Demonstrate
At that
spirits.
At that point, you can
Your
take that
claim
superposition
is
roll
that
and
spirits
you could actually-
exist.
you could actually
Demonstrate.
experience
I'm
that
going to have to
spirit
mute
realm.
you if you don't shut up. Demonstrate your claim that spirits exist. See, here's the difference between me and you. I don't believe fairy tales just because a piece of paper says so. I follow evidence to the conclusion. If there's no evidence for a conclusion, I'm not going to believe it to be true. It's not justified true. I don't believe in a God, first and foremost, because you can't change from a changeless state. Therefore, the Abrahamic God is not true. You cannot go from outside of time, outside of change, to inside of it. You can't change. If your God existed outside of time, he can't think, he can't do, he can't breathe, he can't do shit. So therefore,
Those are
all of
assumptions. Why could the eternal state be a time state as well? Right? It doesn't have to be fixed.
he's
Our universe is
outside
fixed.
of time, dude. I want you to try and learn.
As we perceive it, literally
No.
as we perceive time, but not for him. He's not bound to anything.
Demonstrate how you can go from a changeless state to a state of change.
Literally, if you have a if you ever played marbles and you flick the marble into the
That's in
pile
time.
and you okay, so there is kinetic to or what do you call it, a object at rest becoming
That's in
a
time.
object in motion.
Demonstrate
that
how
in
you go
time?
from changeless to change.
It's just a matter of switching from energy at rest.
How
to
do you
kinetic
switch
energy.
without the possibility of switching?
How is it not possible?
How do you
Time is
go
just a
from
measurement.
changeless and change to change? You are saying
Why
it
do
is
you keep-
possible to go from outside of time, outside of change, to a changeless state where it's not possible to fucking change, to then change into a state of change. Demonstrate that.
Because what you're saying is not true. That is a changeless state.
Demonstrate to
That's an
me
assumption.
how you go from a changeless state to a state of change.
It's not a changeless state. That's the
You said
thing.
outside of
Eternity
time,
is not-
correct?
Is not a fixed state.
Eternity's in time, dumbnut. You're saying God is outside of time to be able to create time and create universe, correct?
Yep. Only
Therefore, he's
the God
outside of
realm is the
change.
eternal realm.
So therefore, he can't do anything. So demonstrate to me how you go from a changeless state to changing to a state of change.
Okay, because God is the eternal clock. He's the eternal time, meaning that he has
I asked you how you go
access
from
to any
changeless
point
to
in time,
change.
and so all change
I
is
asked you
available
a
to him.
very simple question. How do you go from changeless to change?
You're assuming it's changeless.
Yeah, it's outside of fucking time, i.e. outside of change. So demonstrate to me how you go
Of
from
our
changeless
time,
to
yes.
change.
We
No,
are
time in
in linear
general.
time.
General, brother. General.
It's still a relative thing.
Yeah, A to B. Yeah, you're correct. Now, how do you go from A to B if A and B don't exist?
Okay, how are you measuring time without the sun and the moon?
Holy shit. It's a state of change. Time is a measurement of change. So if you're outside of
God measures
time,
time without
you're
a sun or
outside
a
of
moon.
change, then you can't change because there's no change.
We measure time by the sun and the
You
moon
need
and
mental
the
help.
annual...
Go get it. Holy fuck. That was really rough. That dude needs some help. What's up, Promise?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man.
So just a quick question for you. What is your criteria for contemporary evidence?
Do you have evidence?
I'm asking what you think it is because I don't think you understand exactly what it is.
It's okay if you don't know what it is. Do you have
I
evidence?
know what it is. I'm asking you if you actually know what it is
Provide
because I
it.
don't think you do by the way you're explaining.
Provide
So
it.
I'm trying to figure out what is contemporary evidence.
Contemporary?
I have it
In
right
the time of.
here. Yeah. In the time of what?
In the time of said happening.
No, in the same century as the person would have lived. In their same time they would have lived.
In the time of said happening.
Okay. In the time of that person's lifetime, right?
Nope.
0
in the
to
time
100.
of it happening.
It would be 0 from 100 is what we go by.
It would be in the time of it happening.
Okay. What?
So
It's
name
not in the
one
time.
contemporary.
If something happens in a year, so
name
after that
one
year, it's no
contemporary
longer
witness
thrown
of
out.
Jesus.
Okay. Well, you have different ones.
Name one.
But you have criteria it has to meet.
Name one contemporary
evidence. So
witness
hold on.
of
Let me go
Jesus.
through what contemporary evidence.
Shut up. You can fuck off of my site if you're incapable of providing the evidence.
See, you don't want to know what.
Provide the contemporary evidence.
I
or
will,
leave.
but there is.
Adios. You can provide the evidence or fuck off. I'm here to debate the evidence. What's up, Robert?
Hello there, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, the fake voice guy just keeps coming back. Number one fan, am I right? Oh. What's up, CT?
Sounds like the quality of guests has gone downhill, or has it been about the same since I've...
Oh, they're going downhill. Get Precious in here, though. How's it going, Precious? Hello, Precious.
Sorry, mistake.
Oh, you're all good. Oh, is the freak always like that? The freak needs mental help.
But not that you need it. You were completely correct as far as like contemporary evidence is written by peers. The mistake, like if that like if that's your standard of in order to hold to something, like that's fine. Like this, like you and I have talked on this before, but like you know, the way that most historians do it is not by appealing to contemporary evidence per se. Is that definitely preferred? Sure. But yeah, we don't have contemporary evidence of Jesus. Does that mean that I think that
I think it's
we
fair
have
to
no
accept that he
evidence?
believes in him. I have nothing against that. I just don't. My criteria is too
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, like I remember you and I talking, and you're like, "Wait
Yeah.
a minute, we don't have anything for Socrates." Oh, I don't believe in Socrates anymore.
Yeah, it's facts don't give a fuck about my feelings. If there's evidence for something, I believe it. If there isn't, I don't.
Yeah, what was it? You would have to do the same. Like maybe you could get away with Aristotle because Alexander the Great did say that he was that he was taught by Aristotle. So I guess but I think that was written after Aristotle passed away. So whether you want to call that contemporary or not, but it was at least someone who would have had direct knowledge of him. And all of his writings that we have, they weren't actually written by him. They were compiled by notes his students took from his lectures. And I think Plato is debated as to whether or not he actually wrote the text, and it might have been something similar to like Aristotle, where it was written by his students.
Yeah, truth promises we have fucking other evidence for those people. Provide some archaeology that proves Jesus. I've got a head with Caesar's fucking face on it.
I've got a stick drawing of a donkey-headed man on a cross. Does that count?
I won't even grant that as a donkey-headed man.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I do think that's awesome, though. All right, Casts, how's it going?
Hi, I'm gonna assume you see too many people to remember who I am.
I kind of recognize the unchanged part of your name.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. I just the guy in chat is really really interesting in his
Promise
his take
Ministries.
that yeah, he's claiming that the earliest sources are 300 500 years later. You realize written documentation manuscripts aren't the only evidence we can have for someone's existence.
Yeah, we've got a lot for Alexander, Buddha, and Caesar.
Yeah, their manuscript writings that survived things don't come until much later, as far as direct writings. But as far as evidence in the form of physical evidence, coins minted in their image that date back to during their lifetime, inscriptions of places that they went to, and battles that they fought, and some writings from people who were distant observers of the battles that they fought, neighboring tribes of the people that they conquered, we have contemporaneous evidence of that. The Priene inscription is a good one for Alexander the Great in particular. It's a temple in his name to Athena, written in stone, inscribed in stone, saying that Alexander the Great names this temple in honor of Athena.
Oh, truth. I don't live my life by whataboutism. If you believe something's fake, prove it. There's evidence for it and no evidence that it's fake. I'm going to take it as a justified belief that it's real. The person making the claim is the one that needs to prove it.
Real quick, since you brought up manuscripts, I looked into the definition of the word manuscript because I was curious about like the point you bring up about like there being more copies of Harry Potter. In order for something to count as a manuscript, according to the Oxford Dictionary, it has to be handwritten. So just because we have more, so it is true that we have more copies of.
No, that gets rid of a lot of the quote unquote manuscripts for Jesus then, because a lot of the
Damn near all of them.
manuscripts for Jesus come post printing press as well.
Well, no. So the manuscripts that they're talking about are like the what is it? The earliest manuscript that we have, where it's like
P45.
Yeah, like that's what the like. Not that they do a good job arguing this point.
When a lot of Christians make the claim that there's like 25,000 manuscripts, like something like 80% of those manuscripts are post-printing press.
Yeah, there's only like 3,300 early ones that are actually credible.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that they're doing a good job at arguing their point, and they're like, this is not me defending the argument that's being presented, but rather just apparently in order for a manuscript to be considered a manuscript, it has to be handwritten. And from what I was looking at, there are more manuscripts for the New Testament than there is and the next closest one would be, it's either Aristotle's Metaphysics or Homer's Iliad.
Yeah, we have a lot
one of
for
those.
the Iliad.
Yeah,
but
it's
handwritten.
Yeah, but as far as
they're all like the thing with that though is that when you get down to that, you're then talking about scraps at that. Like when you're talking about handwritten originals, you're talking about scraps, like almost nothing for most of them.
And to be clear, I'm not saying that because there's more manuscripts of the New Testament, it means it's true. It's like no. What it means is that we can have pretty high certainty that the text that we have today is what was originally written. That's all manuscripts count.
We don't have that for the New Testament. Like, in fact, the manuscripts with the New Testament shows that there is differentiation. Some of the earliest church father writings about what the New Testament was don't align with what we currently have of the New Testament. I'm gonna misquote. I think it's Mark. It's the one that is talked about by. Why am I blanking on the names?
I'm not saying that it's perfect one-to-one either. Like, I'm just saying that, like, just like how we say that the Aristotle's Metaphysics as we have it today is accurate to its original writing, I'm not saying that it's like 100% accurate, just that we can have certainty that we're getting the main message, or at least the main points, and any errors are minute that don't detract from the message. And that's all I'm saying is, like, high manuscript count, all it does is it helps confirm that we have.
I was wrong. It's Matthew. So it's Papias of Hierapolis. He is said to have talked about what the original Gospel of Matthew is, and the way he describes the Gospel of Matthew is that it was written. It's written as a random grouping of Hebrew sayings. It's written in Hebrew as a grouping of Hebrew sayings, and that was echoed in early church tradition. But what we have of Matthew now, we know the semantics and the way it's written and stylistically and everything. That what we have of Matthew now is originally using Greek syntax, so it was written in Greek. So what we have of the current Gospel of Matthew is not at all the original Gospel of Matthew that Papias talks about.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So, what Papias? So I would want to look into it, but just based on what you're saying, Papias is not a manuscript. So there's church fathers who believed that phoenixes existed. Like the church fathers are not infallible. Are they a good source to know what early Christians believed? Sure, but they're not infallible.
But this isn't just this isn't just Papias. This is Papias, Irenaeus, and Eusebius that all echo this original tradition.
That's what I'm saying. I would want to look into it, but they're not manuscripts. Is my point. Do we have manuscripts of Matthew?
But some of the manuscripts we have are literally, like, I'm pretty sure one of the manuscripts we have is literally written. I can't remember if it's Irenaeus or Eusebius, who is like the scribe. I'm pretty sure it's Eusebius is literally one of the scribes for the manuscript, one of the manuscripts that we do have.
I mean, if you want to shoot that over, but like the whole point that I was getting at is like the way that the argument regarding manuscripts should be done isn't therefore Jesus exists and therefore he's God. It's just it just shows that the text that we have can be trusted to be close enough to what.
And I do think it's fair to accept that. Like, I do think that it's fair because of the amount of writings about the Jesus character that it's fair to grant that he existed. I don't have anything against that. It doesn't match my criteria.
Mm-hmm. But I got to make a phone call real quick and do shopping. I just wanted to jump in real quick because I saw that you were lonely and I was like, I can chat for a little bit.
Yeah, everyone dipped when I was on the YouTube call.
But y'all have a good one.
Appreciate you, man. You have a good one too. Oh man, you want to hop in for a call, man? Charted? Changed?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were speaking to me. I was reading up on the Gospel of Matthew thing that I just stated. Because I got it wrong. I initially said it was Mark, so I was like, I need to read this to try and remember it better.
Yeah, that promise guy was pretty heavy on that. And then I was like, okay, name me one contemporary witness. He's like, listen to this. I don't know, give me the contemporary witness.
He was making the false assertion that in history we assert that anything written within the same century as a person is proposed to have lived would be considered contemporary, and that's just not the criterion of what's considered contemporary.
Yeah.
Now, you can have things that are written post someone's death that is still considered contemporary if you can very clearly distinguish that the person writing it was alive and did experience the things they're writing about. Now, those things still wouldn't be taken at face value because memories change over time, but it would be taken as much more credible than something written by someone that wasn't even there at all.
Exactly. See, I would grant the Gospels if at bare minimum, we knew who wrote them.
Yes.
They're anonymous. Written decades after. What the fuck? I don't know whose grandpa was writing that.
Yeah, that is exactly the issue. And even like the early church fathers knew that was an issue. That's why they later try and ascribe the names of the apostles to these gospels to give them credence and credibility.
Crazy. Ugh, that freak guy. I don't know if you were listening to that conversation with the freak guy.
No, I joined not long before the guy that was in chat that I was responding to.
And Megas, exactly. That's my point. Even Jesus existed. What does that prove? Like, I don't care if someone believes he did or doesn't. I don't, based on my own personal biases and criteria for evidence, but I can grant it for the sake of argument. Absolutely. Just because someone existed doesn't mean that they were a fucking deity.
Yes, like I'm writing a paper on like what that whole kind of topic of Jesus' existence and where does the mythology pull from, and how can we find like basically every attribute of Jesus comes from an earlier mythology of some description.
Yeah, Dionysus, water to wine, like come on.
Yeah, Dionysus, Osiris, Serapis,
Horus.
You can find all of these stories that are later attributed to him in earlier mythology that we know the Hebrew Israelites had interaction with, and that we know then the later Christians would have been aware of.
Yeah, it's redonkulous.
But does that mean that there wasn't a Yehoshua who was an apocalyptic preacher who existed, who then has all of these stories attributed to him as their given figurehead? No, that doesn't mean he didn't. definitely exists. I mean, the
Right.
same thing happens in Islam with Muhammad. Muhammad, the best evidence we have of Muhammad and whether he existed is that he was some egomaniacal warlord who wasn't particularly well educated, definitely wasn't a preacher of any kind. He was just a warlord who was the figurehead of their tribe. And they
Oh.
then later attribute all of the stuff to him
That's crazy.
because he was their figurehead.
I didn't know that. I thought he was an actual. I thought we had. I thought Muhammad was like known to exist. I thought like we had his body or tomb or whatever.
Oh, so again, we know he existed.
Okay.
He was a warlord. We know he existed as a warlord. We
Oh.
have no evidence that actually, like outside of the Quranic traditions, the hadiths and that, we have nothing
Right.
that ties him to being the prophet that he is
That's
claimed to be.
crazy.
But he is the figurehead of their tribe, which makes sense why they then ascribe all of their beliefs as having come from him.
Gnarly. The fucking indoctrination, dude. Believe it because I said to. Like, what? Like all it is. But well, hey, I appreciate you hopping up. It's actually 2 p.m. here and I need to end the stream now.
All good?
But I appreciate you, brother.
No problem at all. Have fun.
Alright, have a good one. That was pretty fun. I do need to end the stream. We're at past 4 hours now. Appreciate you guys being here. Got a little bit intense with the freak guy. Holy shit. But you guys have a good day, and I will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. Adios. And YouTube, you're my favorite. I love you guys. I love you, mods. You're amazing. You're absolute legends. Love every single one of you. Appreciate you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Adios.